All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. I see some green, not enough green. Yeah, some green out there. There you go. Get into the spirit. I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee's public hearing for Tuesday, March 17th, 2026 to order. I will note that there's a lot going on in the building today. There's several committee meetings going on at the same time. So if you see some of our members in and out, don't take offense to it. It's just the procedure that we have up here at the Capitol. So with that, at the chair's discretion, I will change the order a little bit of the agenda, starting with item number C, which is a Senate joint resolution for review due to a procedural error during our February 10th meeting. The nominee who's on the agenda today, we already heard from her on February 10th. So all the testimony relating to this nominee at the previous hearing has been incorporated into today's record. So with that, I will call Senate Joint Resolution number 1, which is Sally Cruz of Hamden to be a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors, and I believe she's joining us via Zoom.
Yes, I'm here, but I don't seem to be on camera. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Does she have to be on camera? You do not have to be on camera if it's not working for you.
It doesn't seem to be working for me. So I very much apologize for that. I am wearing green, just so you know. Thank you, Chairman Duff and Chairman Concepcion, Vice Chairs Looney and Godfrey, Ranking Members Bertel and Yacarino, and other distinguished members of the committee. My name is Sally Cruz, and it is a privilege to be here with you today, again today. I'm pleased and honored to come before you seeking confirmation of my nomination to the Board of Directors of the Connecticut Port Authority. I'm the Executive Director of the New Haven Port Authority, a post I've held since November of 2021. My history in the maritime commerce of Connecticut is in the Port District of New Haven, where I worked in partnership with the private terminals and other port businesses, as well as the state New Haven Emergency Operations Department and the U.S. Coast Guard, among others. For over 10 years, I was the president of a cooperative made up of the New Haven port operators and related businesses, which coordinates with public partners. During that time, the organization grew to include members from Bridgeport and other vicinities, and grew in scope to include security planning and response, as well as pollution prevention and response. The Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard awarded me their Meritorious Public Service Award in 2019 in recognition of my support of the Coast Guard during the tenures of 9 captains of the port, specifically in helping to develop a port-wide strategic risk management plan through a public-private partnership, particularly after the 9/11 attacks. This was significant because the Port of New Haven is the major port of entry in western New England for energy products and is part of the Northeast Strategic Petroleum Reserve. In addition, I was a member of CBIA's Energy and Environment Steering Committee and now serve on the North Atlantic Ports Association Board of Directors and chair its Traffic Board. I volunteered for those positions because I feel that the world relies on people who participate, and it is in that spirit that I accepted the nomination to the CPA that I hope you confirm today. During my career, I've become fully aware of the importance of maritime commerce to the city of New Haven, to the state, and even to the region. The 3 deepwater ports are essential to Connecticut's economy. Further, they are essential to the lives of the state's residents in ways that are not often understood or are overlooked. The ports are where the state gets its home heating oil, vehicle fuel, building supplies such as steel, lumber, and wire, asphalt for street paving, and road salt and sand for winter street safety. To complement these products, the New Haven Port Authority's Strategic Master Plan, which we developed with a grant from CPA, includes a market analysis indicating potential new markets for which New Haven may well be suited once the Army Corps of Engineers finalizes the channel deepening project early in 2028. My sense of purpose was honed during the pandemic when there was a shortage of workers and plenty of time to think. I realized that I had both the energy and willingness to re-enter the workforce and to contribute to the state and region. Currently, I'm excited that in partnership with a private port operator, we have been granted 2 federal grants. One is for installation of 4 zero-emission gantry cranes, all electric, to replace 3 diesel cranes and to replace 9 diesel terminal tractors with 10 zero-emissions terminal tractors. The project includes charging infrastructure for the new tractors and solar panels that will provide electrical power. The second project is to install approximately a mile of rail spurs, at the port, which is expected to displace some truck traffic and help attract new products to the port. I've been attending CPA board meetings as an interim board member since November of 2025, but I was engaged with the CPA before that. In addition to the master plan that I referenced earlier, I worked with the state DOT, the legislature, and the CPA to purchase some unused parcels of property within New Haven's Port District. These properties have now been placed into productive use supporting maritime commerce. Working with the CPA on these projects, I've gained great respect for the staff and the members of the board. On a brief biographical note, I've lived in Connecticut for 40 years and consider it my home state. I raised 2 daughters in Connecticut who attended UConn, married, and have purchased homes in this state. It's with an eye to their futures that I hope to make a positive impact. I thank Senator Looney and the members of the CPA Board of Directors for the confidence that they have placed in me.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cruz. Apologies again for having you do that once again. Since we did grill you on February 10th, I don't think we have any questions here from the committee. The only one I do have is, before you go, is there one question we ask of every nominee? Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee or to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. Apologies again. Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. Moving right along, our next nominee is Richard Kaczynski of Oxford to be the Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Morning, sir.
Hey.
Oh, yep, there you go. If you can raise your right hand, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. The floor is yours for any opening remarks.
Excuse me?
The floor is yours for any opening
you.
remarks you
Thank
might
you.
have.
Chairman Concepcion and Chairman and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, ranking members Yacarino and Bertel, and members of the committee. My name is Richard H. Kaczynski, and it is an honor and privilege to be nominated for appointment to the Education Arbitration Panel by Governor Ned Lamont. My sincere thanks to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak to my desire to serve as a member of the Education Arbitration Panel. I was born and raised in New Britain, where I became a long-distance runner, despite what I look like now. Teams I was on won New England championships in cross country and track. Eventually, I married a wonderful woman, Elizabeth V. Kaczynski, and we now live in Oxford by a beautiful lake. There I do a great deal of walking in the countryside. I'm a cum laude graduate of UConn and was inducted there into Phi Beta Kappa. Having received a JD degree at St. John's University, I received a master's degree in labor law at George Washington University. As an Army JAG officer, I first worked as a prosecutor and then began my adjudication career as a Foreign Claims Commissioner in Vietnam, where I received the Bronze Star. Later, I worked at the Pentagon as an assistant labor advisor in the Office of the Labor Advisor to the Assistant Secretary of the Army, Installations and Logistics. My job there was to monitor strikes and how they could affect the war effort. Ironically, one strike I watched was at then Fafter Bearing Company in my then hometown of New Britain. In that capacity, I dealt with federal mediators throughout the country and later became a commissioner of mediation. I returned to my then hometown to practice law, concentrating on the employment relationship. At ECSU and the Labor Studies program at UConn, I served as an adjunct lecturer in labor relations. I have served as chair of the Connecticut Bar Association Labor and Employment Law Section. Arbitration and mediation are my avocations, and I have served in those fields for almost 50 years. Governor Weicker first appointed me to the Education Arbitration Panel in 1991, and I have had the honor of serving continuously since then. For 20 years, I have also similarly served on the panel of neutral arbitrators under the Municipal Employee Relations Act. Since the early 80s, I have been actively involved in the Polish community, having served as national president of the Federation of Polish Americans, president of the Connecticut Polish American Congress, president of Solidarity International of Connecticut, and general counsel of the Polish American Foundation of Connecticut. I was heavily involved in the effort to get Poland into NATO. As an American with Polish ancestors, I strongly support my sisters and brothers in Ukraine in their brave resistance to Putin's Russian aggression. I was honored to receive an official citation from this General Assembly for my work in the Polish American community, and also to receive a medal from the government of Poland for my work regarding NATO. I'll be honored to continue my service as a neutral arbitrator, representing the interests of the public in general. In our present economic times, tough decisions must be made in bread and butter matters of salaries, health insurance, pensions, and other issues. I appreciate your attention and welcome the opportunity to answer any questions you may have of me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaczynski. Congratulations on your renomination, and thank you for your continuing to serve or wanting to serve, and thank you for your service as well in the military. So you've been, just so I understand, you've been on the panel since 1991.
That's correct, sir.
That's incredible. Again, so thank you so much for your willingness to continue to serve. In your 30, I'm trying to do the math here. In your 35 years doing this, have you seen any different trends when it comes to the dockets that you're seeing coming in?
Well, number one, the statute has really shown itself to be effective, because as time goes on, there are less and less arbitrations, which means that the parties themselves reach an agreement and they settle the case before it reaches the arbitration stage. And that is what the goal of the statute was all about. And this last best offer system, which Connecticut has, and I'm surprised that more states haven't adopted it, has really gotten the parties to talk to each other, and we only end up resolving a lot less issues than we used to. And now there are less and less arbitrations as a whole.
Due to the settlements, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And the ones that you are seeing, is it more salary based or pension? What's
Health insurance
Health
is always the big issue.
Yep.
It's always the big issue.
Yep.
Salaries, for some reason, they come up with an agreement, but they're always fighting about health insurance and sometimes pensions.
Great. Well, Mr. Kaczynski, thank you again for your willingness to continue to serve. I think
you.
your background and experience is vital for this type of panel. With that, I'll turn it over to Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, sir, thank you for your service to the United States military and all that time that you served. If not for people like yourself, we wouldn't enjoy the freedoms that we continue to enjoy. So I appreciate that very much, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
I also have the pleasure of representing the great town of Oxford in the Senate. What lake do you live on in Oxford?
Swan Lake.
Oh, Swan Lake. Okay.
And every once in a while, we actually have swans in the lake.
You do. And I think I saw, a Representative Jensen is here also, who's your state rep right there to hear your testimony and the questioning today. So You're clearly I think you're overqualified for this position. You've spent so much time already doing this as a prior appointee. So I just have one question that I'd like to present to you, and that is this. When a town rejects an initial arbitration award, the Teacher Negotiation Act requires that the issue go to a review panel. And I'm just wondering if you might have an experience with that, and if you could talk about how effective that review system is, and does the town's rejection typically change the outcome?
The answer to that last question is no. Usually, the review panel, and been chair of probably the last two review panels that the education department has had. And in general, the original arbitrator's decision is upheld by the panel. The last one I did was where the parties in Torrington had actually agreed on a contract, and then it was voted on by the town and rejected. And the problem with that is there are no issues for the review panel to decide. So the panel ended up dismissing that appeal because there was nothing really for the panel to decide.
What was and I don't, I'll ask you not to provide any specifics, obviously, to violate any confidentiality, but what was the original, what was the reason for the rejection?
I think that they were dissatisfied with these salaries,
Okay,
salaries that had been agreed upon by the Board of Education and the union. See, in Connecticut, the boards of education are separate from the town government.
right.
And there's sometimes disputes between the board and the town. And this is just a reflection of how that works, where the board came to an agreement with the union, and once it came before the legislative body of the town, they rejected it. And so then it went, and the arbitrator who heard that case is very experienced. He was a mediator of the State Board of Mediation and Arbitration before he became an arbitrator, so he knew the system very well.
Right.
And he basically, what happened was there was a stipulated award issued by him because the parties had already agreed, and it was that stipulated award which the review panel had to review. And we had no choice, since there were no outstanding issues.
Right.
To decide. So that's how that worked.
So is it fair to say, because we hear very often that that things go to arbitration because of exactly the situation that you have, the scenario you laid out and the facts you laid out regarding this issue in Torrington. But what I'll hear commonly throughout my Senate district and from some of my other colleagues is that ultimately, when something goes to arbitration, it ends up costing more money. And I don't know if you care to comment on that or not, but I'd like to. Of course, we have to respect the process by which all of this happens. You have negotiations in good faith between the Board of Ed and the bargaining unit, right? And then, of course, the towns, the people of the voters, the taxpayers, have the option to accept or reject, right? With respect to ultimately a budget that is presented, but. I'm just wondering if there's some way that we could get to a point where not that we want to eliminate the role that you're in any way. I think it's very important, but maybe and I don't know if I have a question, maybe I'm just making statements here, but it seems like whenever we end up in an arbitration settlement, if you will, that it ends up costing more money. And again, maybe you can comment on that or not.
Arbitration is expensive.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. And many times the parties come to an agreement because of the possibility of that expense, because it's certainly expensive to the town and as well equally to the union.
Yeah.
So that, I think that's a driving factor in settling cases, quite frankly, and it's definitely expensive. That's the one problem I think that this statute has created of how expensive it has become.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations again on your appointment. Thank you again for your service to our great nation. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Representative Yakarino.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you, and pleasure meeting you, sir. We spoke for a few minutes prior, and thank you for stepping up again, like you've stepped up, it appears, your whole life for our country and our state, and appreciate that. So the panel consists of about 24 to 29 members, the arbitration panel.
Well, there are three sections.
Right.
There's the neutral panel, the management panel, and the labor panel. So is the neutral panel, quite frankly, is understaffed. I think that the statute, I forget what the number is, that the statute allows the maximum, and over the years, they've never had that number of positions filled.
I think it could be 10 to 15. I don't know what it is today, but yeah, I would think that would make more sense to have more neutral members.
Definitely.
And so if you, like my buddy, you talk about health insurance, my buddy's daughter is a nurse in New York City. And there was just a big strike last month in New York City for many different bargaining units. And the strike was over health insurance. It wasn't over pay. It's health insurance and their pension. And it was finally negotiated and settled, but it took like 5 weeks, 4 weeks. In this case, for our teachers, our educators, when you do have an arbitration case, do all the members meet? I mean, do you just meet in separate, like a third, and then come together to try to come up with an agreement? How does it work?
Well, there are formal hearings that are held before a tripartite panel. And it's just like a procedure in court, and the parties present their case. They decide, there's usually a decision made who goes first, and they present it just like a court trial. And then once the hearing is complete, the parties usually submit written briefs presenting their arguments to the panel. And what happens is the briefs are mailed to all three of the panel members. And then there is an executive session that's followed. And the panel members basically talk to each other and discuss the merits of the case and come up with a decision. The statute seems to imply that each of the three arbitrators should write a written opinion. That has never been the practice. What has developed over the years is that the chair of the panel, the neutral, will write the decision, and sometimes there will be dissents by one side or the other. And then we have, in the education system, we have a certain number of days after our appointment within which we have to submit the decision. And usually what happens is, if there are dissents, the party arbitrators will send their dissents to me, and then I will forward everything to the education department.
And after that, so with the neutral arbiter, he or she, instead of having the three written decisions, some dissent, did they try to, I'm sure they try to agree on something for the party at the end game to actually solve the dispute. I mean, and I think that's obviously that's the goal, to solve the dispute and meet with the other parties and move on. I would think that's the case.
I could tell you, in my experience, there's usually agreement that favors one side or the other, but not only one side. I mean, I think I issued one one unanimous decision where everything went to one side. And that's in 35 years, one time.
It's rare.
Where was that?
That's rare. I would think
Oh,
it's,
definitely it's.
you want both sides to eventually get something.
There's definitely bargaining between the neutral, the management member and the labor member. And we talk about what's fair. I mean, the whole idea is what's fair. And what we're talking about is what's fair to the public.
Yeah.
That's where I am. Because
No.
my interests are of the public.
We appreciate that. And I think you've always done a good job in our state and our country. And I appreciate you stepping up again. I have a question. Radio Free America, you served in the military. I served in the military. I think it's really important, Radio Free America, which is going by the wayside, unfortunately, for Europe and Southeast Asia. You know what I'm talking about? Radio Free America.
Well, no, why don't you tell me more a little?
Well, it's United States news for our military, world news for our military that are overseas.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll talk offline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
sir. I
Representative.
appreciate you.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? Just checking online, seeing none. Mr. Kaczynski, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Thank you so much. Thanks again for your service.
thank you so much.
All right, next up, another Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Evan Pitkoff of Ridgefield to be a member of the State Board of Education. Good morning. You can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Chairman Concepcion, Chairman Duff, and Vice Chair Godfrey, Vice Chair Looney, Ranking Member Yacarino, Ranking Member Berthel, and distinguished members of the Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Evan Pitkoff, and I'm a retired educator with 40 years of experience in public school education, including 20 years serving as a Connecticut Superintendent of Schools in Region 10, which are the towns of Harwinton and Burlington, and also District Superintendent in Newtown, and as well as the last 11 years of my career as the Regional Education Service Center Executive Director at Cooperative Educational Services, supporting 17 school districts in Lower Fairfield County. Over the course of my career, spanning roles from classroom teacher to building administrator to district and to regional leader, I have had the privilege of serving communities facing a wide range of challenges. I've worked in urban, rural, and suburban districts throughout Connecticut, including my time as principal of New Britain High School, assistant superintendent in Hamden Public Schools, superintendent in Region 10 and in Newtown, and of course at Cooperative Educational Services as well. I've also served both as a special education teacher and a general education leader in both New York City for 10 years and Connecticut. In addition to that experience, I've not only served as a collective bargaining union president of Local 51 in New Britain, but I've also been the past president of the Connecticut Association of Public School Superintendents, known as CAPS. These diverse experiences have shaped my ability to understand and appreciate multiple points of view, particularly when navigating complex educational issues. They have helped me develop the balanced judgment and collaborative skills necessary to make thoughtful decisions in the best interests of students across our state. Throughout my career, I've been guided by the belief that every student in every district can receive a high-quality education. Achieving this goal requires sound policy, sustained commitment, and thoughtful leadership. Serving on the Connecticut State Board of Education would allow me to once again contribute to the continuous improvement of public education statewide. It would be a profound honor to serve the governor, the legislature, educators, citizens, and most importantly, the students of Connecticut as a member of the Connecticut State Board of Education. I thank you for your time and consideration, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions about my past, present, or future.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Congratulations on your nomination. You're obviously very well suited and experienced for this type of position. So this is a new appointment, correct?
This is correct. Yes.
Have you attended any meetings?
Yes, I've attended like the last 5 meetings.
What do you believe is the biggest issue facing kind of the student population?
Well, I think obviously student achievement is the most important piece, but I think that keeping students safe and keeping students in schools where they feel a sense of part of that school community and have some idea of what prospects they would be able to have going forward in the future for their life and their career. I think, as a former high school principal in New Britain and throughout my career, I know that if they don't feel safe, they're not going to be learning. And that's like the most important thing to do, is to keep students safe, but feeling safe as well. Even if we know they're safe, they need to feel safe. They need to know that they will have adults there who will watch them, who will they can go to, they can be a part of. If they should not feel that they should just be bullied if they're being bullied. They need to be able to have the relationship, and that's on the school administration and the teachers and everyone down down the line. I always would say, even when I would hire the janitor in the building, I want that person to be child oriented and be able to be a person that a child could go to and say, I need help. So I think safety is the most important thing in keeping students engaged in learning.
Yeah, and I agree, and I'm glad you said safety and health. We talk a lot about up here, a lot about mental health and technology, and they both kind of correlate with each other. Just curious what your thoughts are on what the role of the board should be when trying to keep our kids safe from everything that's happening in here. And I'll ask you a
Yeah.
question right after on
Sure.
cell phone bans, but just on the mental health and technology stuff.
Yeah.
Just curious what your thoughts are.
Well, technology is, it's changing obviously as we speak. It always has advantages and disadvantages, and we really need to sort through all that. We can talk about the ban as well. Yeah, I come from a perspective where, as an undergraduate, I was a psychology major and a health major. So those were the focal points for keeping kids safe. I'm also very fortunate that my wife is a retired school social worker. So I'm, even in retirement, I'm well aware of the issues that are facing students. The only issue really that concerns me, because I know there are competent people in the schools who can help with mental health issues, but the reality is we would have students for 6 hours a day, 180 days a year, and not in the summer. And there needs to be more communication between the schools that provide services in mental health and outside community that also provide mental health, because the schools cannot be the sole provider of the support. And unfortunately, probably more often than not, they wind up being the only support available to students. And there needs to be just better communication, a more integrated model with the community. As far as technology, again, there are you can be bullied in the street corner, but you can also be bullied on the phone, and that's an important thing to do. And I know that the schools do have to protect students, even if things happen outside of the school. I mean, I know that from a long career, and particularly, I think back as being principal in New Britain High. If something happened in the community, I knew it was going to be landing on my doorstep the next morning, and we would need to deal with it.
And on the issue of the cell phone ban, we're having
Yeah.
some discussions up here
Right.
on it. Any thoughts?
Well, yes, I think that there's such limited instructional time during the day, and there are so many issues that take away from instructional time. And the cell phone is now a new one that does that. And that's why I think I understand the need to have cell phones, I need for communication, the need for parents to be able to communicate with their children. But during the course of the school day, I am a proponent of let's put those away, because it's hard enough for teachers in some schools, in some classrooms, to manage behavior in the classroom. To then have this other device that sometimes is like invisible, because the kids could be bullying each other, or kids could be going on the internet, kind of spacing out from what the lesson is, that during the day, it really should be set aside. Having worked in school districts where I know there can be crises, and in any school district, there can be a family situation that they would need to get the student. You know, I've always said to parents, as the leader, you can call me. You can call me, and I promise you that we will get to your child, and we will get to your child in a supportive way. If there's a family crisis, we would be able to go with a school social worker to the student and have them come, but not to have them unmonitored with a cell phone under their desk doing things that are not pertain to the curriculum, or worse, bullying another child. I mean, I know there are there will be some exceptions, because the phone can be a tool. It has a lot of good apps on it, and there needs to be a time where that's, you know, provided for. But for the most part, I think let's teach the kids during the day.
No, I appreciate that. And uh, my last, I guess it's not even a question, it's I guess a request or an ask from you. On the board, there are two student board members
Mhm.
who we had the pleasure of interviewing them a few weeks ago here in session. They were absolutely remarkable. So I guess my request or my hope is that you as a whole, as a board, do listen to them, do work with them to ensure that their thoughts are being instituted as well. So so that's, you don't have to answer that.
But I will say they are wonderful. We do listen to
Incredible.
them.
Yeah.
And in fact, I make it my business at the end of the board meeting to stay for the lunch. Everybody's scurrying off somewhere else. The two students are there waiting for their lifts, so I get to have lunch and talk to them about that. And I'm kind of grateful now that I couldn't come the day that they were testifying, because their resumes were too impressive for me.
They're impressive. Yeah,
You know.
I ditto. Well, again, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for your willingness to serve. With that, I'll turn it over to
Thank you.
Chairman Duff.
Thank you and good morning.
Good morning.
Still good morning. Good to see you here today. Thanks for your work and all of your work as an educator for many years. Just curious to kind of see what trends you're seeing, especially in this arena with contracts, teachers, school administrators, and um, there's a lot of pressure these days in the school districts. Some teachers are leaving, having a harder time finding teachers. There's a lot of pressure, keep costs down. What do you, based on your experience and here, what are you seeing as trends that we should be looking at?
Well, I think one of the trends is, you talk about teachers leaving. Teacher recruitment and teacher retention is critical. You can't continue to have a quality educational system or state, and then Connecticut is considered, out of the 50 states in DC, number 2 on most measures of quality and safety and security and achievement. But you can't have that unless you have quality educators in the classroom. And I think that, you know, there is a teacher shortage in some areas. I know that in secondary, it's hard to find people in subject areas. At the elementary, there's more of a pool that is available. And I think, we need to do more to recruit teachers. We need to do more to recruit teachers of diverse backgrounds as well for students. But it is hard. I'm just thinking back. I came to Connecticut, after 10 years in New York City school system. I came in 1988. And part of the lure for me to come to Connecticut was I was reading about the I think it was 86 Teacher Enhancement Act. And it really stepped up the professionalism of teachers, and it made it also more affordable to actually become a teacher. There was a minimum salary adjustment that was made. When I first came as the principal at New Britain High, I remember thinking how amazing it was that teachers were getting staff development. There would be days where they would be able to do that. And if there was something special, they'd be able to go get trained on that. That was unheard of when I was in New York City. I remember in Erasmus Hall High School in Brooklyn, 4,000 students, we would have 2 staff development days allotted to the school, not per teacher, 2 staff development days allotted to the school, which meant that the principal would have to say, well, you can go in January and you can go in March, and that's it, folks. We'll see you next year. Came to Connecticut, and there was professional development. And I think that we need to look at how do we keep teachers engaged? How do we support teachers with all the behavioral issues and other outside, conflicts that they would have? We need to be supportive. It's a nurturing environment, the school system, but for students as well as for the professionals inside. And I think that we really do need to continue our efforts. And I know that the state board has been doing that to get and retain quality educators, because that's really the whole ball game as far as raising the standards for our students.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, because you are, you have to look at all sides. I mean, we talk a lot about local property taxpayers and their ability to pay, whether the state can pay, but teachers have to earn a living. Some ways I feel very, as you mentioned, our outcomes, I feel very good about that. On the other hand, I know that many places we don't pay our teachers enough. And we need to do a better job at that. Though I feel better than when I was in Florida last year, and I was in an Uber to get back to the airport, and it was a teacher who had a day off, and she was Ubering to make extra money. And I'm like, we really should be ashamed of that. We should be ashamed of that. As a country, we should be ashamed of that.
Agreed.
And that we should treat our teachers better than that, so that they are prepared and ready to go into the classroom, rather than feeling like they are have to just scrape by to barely make ends meet. So I know you're under this role is one that is not easy, because you do have to look at all sides for things, but I do feel that you are qualified to make those decisions, and you'll make the best decisions with the information that you have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, Dr. Pitikoff. How are you?
Fine, Senator. So good to see you again.
Good to see you again, too. I remember from your time in Hamden, where you were extraordinarily beloved in that community.
Thank you.
One of the things I'd like to ask, given your years of experience, one of the concerns we often see here at the legislature, and a sort of tug of war, is the question of how much autonomy there should be in local boards of education in terms of the funding that comes in from their budget, whether it be the funding that's generated by local tax dollars or the money that comes from state aid. I hear from mayors and first selectmen all the time that they are frustrated, that they're the ones that have to set the mill rate. They're the ones that have to take the political heat for whatever the budget is. And in many communities, the education budget is by far the biggest part of all. That's probably true in most, but the smaller the community, the larger the percentage of its budget is its school system, it seems. And there's a great deal of frustration about that, in the sense that once that budget is established, there's a whole this whole block of money is turned over to the Board of Ed, and that the authority that's responsible for setting the tax rate has no more control, responsibility. There's no more accountability. One mayor said to me, "We have the worst position to be in, responsibility without any control." Just your thoughts on that, because I know that there are some states where boards of ed have separate taxing authorities, where there's an education budget that's a certain mill rate, and there's a town budget that's certain mill rate. And this is something that crosses partisan lines. I've heard it from both Democratic and Republican chief elected municipal officials, with their sort of just the frustration they feel about being held accountable, but they don't really have much control.
Right. Well, it's interesting. In Connecticut, there are 169 towns or 166 school districts, and each one of them wants to retain control of their school system. They don't want it to be. I mean, there are. I don't think have been too many people asking to become a regionalized school districts, like when I was in Region 10. But there are several regional districts that want a divorce. They want to be separate because they want to have the local control. Control comes with the money usually. So you can't. You have to be able to fund your schools locally if you want to have the local control. As far as the towns, I have to tell you, as a superintendent, and even in Hamden as an assistant superintendent, I certainly felt that the town authorities were very much weighing in on the budgetary process that we had to live with. Yes, at the end, school districts always feel what they have gotten is not adequate enough for what they were hoping to do, but then they have to make it work out. And I know that, I believe in Hamden, the mayor even had the opportunity to reduce the budget before it went forward to the town. Whereas, like when I worked in a regional district, that was not the case. That was much more autonomous as far as the Board of Education. But I think that, the money has to come from somewhere. But I think that in the towns that I've worked in, it's a laborious process for the district to get their budget passed. Everybody does have input, and the budget. I mean, I know in Newtown there was a Board of Finance, and there was a Legislative Council, and then it went to the first Selectman's office. There were opportunities to have everybody weigh in, and as a superintendent, I don't think I ever received a budget that was what I asked for, but somehow I made it work. But if the towns were to give up that authority, then they would be probably losing some of the authority in how their particular school district is being run.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Doctor, on your appointment.
Thank you.
I've had some time to go through your really extensive resume and experience. Thank you for all of that service in supporting public school education. It's arguably one of the most important roles of the government overall, is to provide quality education across our great nation. I have a question regarding a couple of questions regarding curriculum. How would you explain curriculum design to parents and guardians who have questions about the creation of public school curriculum? What advice would you give to those who seek more input in curriculum design and development and the oversight process in their local district?
Okay, well, it'll depend on the local district, but I know that most local districts have curriculum committees. And I know in every district that I've been in, the curriculum committee recruited parents to come and be part of that committee. And in some cases, students, mostly high school students, to come on and talk to it as well. Secondly, there'd be curriculum committee meetings separate from the regular Board of Education meeting, that are open public forums and that people could come and speak to and weigh in on their opinion as well. So I think that the communication of what is being proposed is important so that people will have their say. And I know at the state level, on the state board, there are statewide curricula as guidelines for the districts, and it's the state board and the State Department of Education's responsibility to monitor that and make sure that what is being proposed at the state level, and certainly those are public meetings and people do come in and speak about that, that they would then be able to go to the districts to ensure that we're all on the same page. Now, every district is going to have nuances. Every classroom teacher, even if you gave them a script of what to read, the delivery is going to be different. The style is going to be different. The supporting stories to make a point are going to be individualized as well, which is why I go back to the most important thing we can do is hire the best teachers and administrators in the school system. But I think the curriculum has to be a high standard. It has to have high expectations for students, because you don't reach low expectations. You can do that too easily. You don't raise achievement by having low expectations, but with high expectations, high curriculum, and again the support, either through the state or through the local districts, through professional development. I mean, I was fortunate to morph my career from a district superintendent to a regional education service center, where a big portion of what we do at the RESCs is finding out what the districts need as far as curriculum development, staff development, and garner the expertise, whether it be amongst the districts or outside from other states, bringing them together so that there is a process in place where we can get the best possible curriculum, set the best standards, have meaningful rubrics for teachers to follow, and then, of course, having administrators to ensure that this is being implemented in a high quality way.
Great, thank you. I appreciate all of that, and I agree with you. And I think you and I interacted when you were with the RESC. I've been on the education committee here in the legislature for a lot of years. You left there in the RESC in 2018.
I did, yeah.
See from your resume.
Yeah.
So I think you and I have spoken before. So the only other follow-up I have is for a number of years I have pushed for more transparency regarding the access to curriculum at the local school board level or local district level. And including having, and again, to your very important note that, I could have a script for curriculum and I'm teaching this English class today, and Senator Looney could have the same exact script, and the students could leave with very different understandings. Well, maybe not different understanding, but a different perception of what they've understood, right? But the words were essentially the same, but different in the way they were delivered. I guess my question to you is: do you think that it's reasonable for us to make curriculum that is either at the statewide level or at the local level as transparent and accessible as possible to parents and students that are looking to find that information? Right now, it's required at the local level. It's required if a parent presents themselves or a member of the public presents themselves to a central office, that they have to provide the copy of the curriculum. Some parents are intimidated by that, and they might not want to go down, or maybe they've got an issue and they don't want to be called out for it. So it's an initiative, again, that I've been pushing for to put it all online. There's nothing to hide.
I was just going to say that it should be online. There's no secret about the curriculum. It's not like you're giving away the answers to the test question.
Right. Well, and that's obviously a concern.
Yeah,
Sure.
but
sure.
it shouldn't be that way. There should be curriculum there, because again, a lot of parents can't make it to the school system during the day.
Right. Okay.
It should be available online. It should be, and not only for the parents and the students, but for other districts to look
Right,
at what,
right.
what are our colleagues doing?
Yeah, and best practices perhaps or something like that.
Absolutely. It,
Okay.
it should be, it's curriculum is developed in the public education with public funds, with, public employees. And it's not a secret, so it should be out there. It should be available for everyone to look at. And again, the opportunity for sharing would be great.
Great. Okay. And then I have one last question, Mr. Chairman, through you. Are you a fellow Brooklynite?
What gave it away? My British accent? I mean,
Well, I am. So
Yeah.
I was born in Brooklyn. My family came out of East New York. so-
okay, so I was born in Crown Heights.
Oh, no.
And
yeah.
then, but at five we moved, and we actually moved to Far Rockaway in Queens. But then at 16, as I like to tell people, particularly the students that I had, in March of my junior year, my parents moved, so I had to switch high school in March of my junior year, and I went to Sheepshead Bay.
There you
And
go.
graduated Sheepshead Bay High School, and then moved to Bay Ridge before I saw the rainbow and came to Connecticut.
So I can appreciate that story. I came up from Connecticut, from Long Island. I was 9 years old, and people say, "Well, what happened to your New York accent?" And I tell them I lost it on the Merritt Parkway on the way up. But thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Congratulations again
Thank you,
on your
Senator.
appointment. I look forward to your service
Thank you.
on the state board. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yakarino.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Pitkoff, for being here. My family's from Staten Island, so I can't know Brooklyn, but some people from Manhattan and Staten Island, so
The bridge went to Bay Ridge. from
Yeah.
Staten Island, not a problem.
I've been here my whole life, though. But anyway, thank you for this, your first term, it looks like.
Yeah, just.
I am a regular visitor at our North Haven High School in North Haven civics. I went yesterday morning before I came this to Hartford all day, and I was there 7:30 this morning talking to the kids, civics, and they could ask me any questions. And ultimately, and they do ask me any question about world history, world politics, this country, Europe, and so on. And we discuss it for usually 2 hours. And they ultimately ask me at the end of the time I'm there is, what should I do? What should I do for a career? And I would always tell them, listen, you have to get a good education. You have to be comfortable what you want to do, but you just take your time, but believe in yourself. And many kids don't really know what they want to do. And I said, listen, I never thought I'd be in politics. I never thought I'd own the business I owned. I wanted to be a teacher, went to school, didn't finish to become a teacher. My youngest son teaches in Norwalk. But at the end of the day, I always worked hard. And I think our teachers do a tremendous job for the most part. And I think many times they're underpaid. And I don't want anybody to be offended here, but I think there should be more emphasis on teachers and paying teachers well than there's too many administrators in some cases, in some towns, not you, sir, but in some cases. No, really. Well, you need superintendents, you need principals, but I think sometimes there's multiple principals and assistant principals and so on. And it's always a threat of a teacher getting cut or a program getting cut. And I'm adamantly against that. And I think most people are against that. So, and I know you have a great resume and I know you'll do a terrific job, but
Thank you.
I'm not concerned about that at all. But if you could just weigh in on some of my babble, what I just said, but I think it's important.
Well, I think there needs to be a balance. You have to have administrators
Right.
to run the schools and to support the teacher. I think that's the key, though. Administrators who support the teachers. Each district has, when it comes to, when you say laying off teachers, well, the reason more teachers would be laid off than administrators is because there are more teachers than there are administrators. But I think the balance has to be the case where the class sizes are optimal for the best learning, but that the administrators have to be not only managing the administrivia, but also helping to support the instructional improvement of the school. And I think when you have that, and teachers will feel supported, know that that basically the administrators have their back, and makes it easier for them to actually do the teaching that they want to teach. As far as the number of people, I mean, that again, it always boils down to money and how much money is there. and how many teachers. I know that, you know, there were tough, throughout my career, I had to make tough decisions on staffing, but you just want to make sure that it's fair, that, you know, that each grade has the same kind of resources that they need for their school. Not that just because one grade has 5 teachers and another grade has 4 teachers, that you suddenly cut the 5th teacher and
No.
make the classes bigger, and vice versa. You don't keep 5 teachers when you only need 4, because you can use that person or that money somewhere else. So it really is a matter. You need administrators to look to see the big picture and to be supportive of teachers, but you need to make sure that everybody gets what they need in a classroom, and you know, you work with what you have. It's always tough. I've never been in a district where they told me, you know, that we have extra money, go do something extra.
No, I appreciate that. I do. And like I said, my niece teaches in Hamden, Bear Path, and a good friend of mine, Mary Nelson, was a teacher in Hamden, Church Street. She was teacher of the year about 10 years ago from Hamden, but she retired. She's not there any longer. So when I speak to the kids with civics, which they're all seniors, most schools, you could explain this to me, there's not the same social study programs like when I was a kid, or history programs. Is there a reason for that? Where I think world social studies, world information is in US history vitally important for our young folks.
Are you talking about at the high school level?
Yeah, they're not,
Yeah.
there's certain requirements, but they're not every school, not every district has a requirement. I think it's a state statute,
Well, I was going to say there are state graduation requirements, so
but not for social studies, I don't think. Is
there?
there? That's what I'm saying. Let me know.
Yeah, I don't think anything has really changed on that. There are, you know, there's the prescribed course to get to a high school graduation, but then there are opportunities, particularly in your mostly your senior year, for electives.
Right.
Now that's where you probably get more of a variation on what kind of electives are being offered to students. And again, that would be at the local level to make the decision. And, you know, the very nature of the word elective means you have a few options for students, and then the students may choose what interests them. And I actually think that's a good thing, to give the students some opportunity to pick and choose, because going back to what we said earlier, they have to decide at some point, what is it that they want to pursue in life? What is it that they want to study? And, you know, to give them an opportunity at the high school is a good start. Because how many people go to college and switch majors after the first year? Because you really don't know what you're doing. You're just exploring.
Agreed. And then we talk about job opportunities in, you know, either college or the trades. And we discussed many topics, but trades are important, I think, because AI, what's happening there with AI, there's things are changing rapidly. And it's at the end of the day, it's up to the kids, and creative thinking outside the box. And that's the way you should address, I think, life.
I agree with you. I mean, think about how many people graduate law school and don't really become practicing lawyers. But what they get out of it is a way of how to think. And that thinking strategy and skill set can be applied to most areas in life, and make them better at whatever it is that they choose to do.
Exactly.
So I think, you know, that's, again, we hear the term, we want them to be lifelong learners. It's real. We really want them to be lifelong learners, because things are going to change, and it's, you know, it's hard for a 17-year-old to say, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. Because if they did that, very often they'd find out a few years later it was the wrong decision to make. It's hard
Exactly.
to make a decision like that.
No, 100%. And, you know, just being your own person, but there's so many questions, but I appreciate you stepping up, and I would hope, you know, that your board, I don't, what's 12 members? How many members on the board?
9 right now. I think there are
Maximum.
11 is the amount that it.
And what will your role be? Because there's different roles. What you be looking at?
Well, I'm going to be on the standards committee and on the budget committee.
Good. Well, do well. I appreciate
Thank
your
you.
stepping up. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Gottfried, followed by Senator Winfield online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you,
This is
Representative.
quite the challenge. Commissioner Russell Tucker is one of my favorite people in state government. I remember when she came before us, when she was first nominated. I asked her some questions about the Danbury High School overcrowding. And the next thing I knew, she was actually coming down for a visit. She's really on top of the game. So I envy you that. I represent a piece of Danbury, and one of my constituents is named Timothy Salem.
Ah.
And he's the principal of, I
Mhm.
believe, the middle school in Richfield. And he first came to my attention, actually, before he went to work in Richfield. He was working in Danbury school system on anti-bullying. Have we gone far enough in dealing with this issue? What are the challenges that you think the Board of Ed and even the legislature might be involved in on that? Because
Yeah.
he and I are really on simpatico on this issue.
Yeah, Tim's a good man.
Isn't he?
I know him well. I know him before he was I knew him when he was in Danbury.
Danbury,
actually.
yeah.
The obvious answer is no, we haven't done enough on anti-bullying. It's, one of those things. As long as there'll be bullying, you can't be doing enough to do anti-bullying. I think that there are newer challenges, as we talked about a little bit earlier, with technology. I mean, there was a time where bullying had one definition. Now it could be online bullying, and that needs to be addressed as well. So schools, again, have to be very sensitive to this. They have to be on the lookout for this. Students need to be made aware that they can have a safe place, safe person to talk to within the school system, whether it's, again, the janitor, the administrator, the principal, the social worker. They should be able to know there needs to be in a campaign within the school to do that. They need to be continue to have workshops, which we've had for the teachers to know. It has to be reinforced every year that there has to be a system in place within the school to monitor that and to address that. And certainly, through the parent organizations as well, to keep them informed, because the parents can tell us if something's happening at home, because again, we know it's going to come into the school the next day, to let us be aware so that we can follow it. It really requires sensitivity and diligence on the part of everyone concerned.
Good to hear that. I'm an urban legislator, and my school system has a lot of kids who aren't getting fed enough, who actually come to school to get away from a toxic environment. And I'm very happy to continue to do the work on making sure that the school is not a toxic environment, that kids are ready to learn and can concentrate on their job of learning. So I deeply appreciate that. A couple of my colleagues here have talked a little about curriculum. And in the few months you've been actually participating with the Board of Ed, there's two or three areas, just some comments. I actually saw a story in the news this morning in Hearst that there's this push to completely change mathematics as part of the curriculum. I'm certainly been concerned over the years with making sure students, especially as they approach 18, understand civics and how government works and how cooperation between people works. I've pushed for life skills. Now, you may not be writing checks, but you still have a checking account, and you need to know how to balance it and what that all means and how to deal with credit cards. Those are things that when I was in school 1,000 years ago weren't taught, but should be now. Where do you think the Board of Ed's role in some of these kind of issues continues and should be? And how do you want to work on them?
Sure. I mean, school systems are supposed to help prepare children for the rest of their lives. So those kinds of skills need to be taught. They need to be taught at home as well. Uh, I think some of those basic financial literacy skills can and should be taught starting in elementary school as part of it. Because when you get to high school, the kids are a little savvier with that. Yes, they don't write. We don't teach check writing because they don't write checks anymore. I would need a high school student to teach me how to use Zelle. That kind. So I think that there are, again, you have to be a lifelong learner, and I think that it's important. You're not going to survive in this world if you're not staying on top of those financial literacy and civics rules. You just have to be able to get that at the school level. But it also, there's always competition with the curriculum because they have to get the curriculum done so that students are prepared for whatever the next level of education might be for them.
Good, thank you. Thank you very much. I'm not a big fan of testing because I actually had a small business person come up to me one time and said, I'm trying to hire help, and the kids coming out of high school only know how to take multiple guest tests. And I don't have any positions where you take a multiple question test. What they're looking for, and you've already mentioned it, I'm happy to hear. Testing doesn't measure talent, and testing doesn't measure critical thinking. Employers want people who can solve problems. What do we need to do to kind of enhance that?
Right. In schools, I mean, we've kind of gotten away from multiple choice testing.
Yeah, good.
Because, yeah, it is not always the best kind of test, most usually not. That's why we have in essay tests, the teachers will have set up rubrics because you want to know how do you measure that the test results are meeting the goals, and that setting up rubrics to measure that. But I think that more and more teachers in classrooms are doing scenario learning, where you create a situation that is a problem, and you use that course to how do you deal with that problem. You take a history lesson, you can reenact a situation that took place and then have the discussion about why did it take place? How would you have done it differently in history? And again, the scenario problem that allows students to have dialogue and to be assessed on their critical thinking in a situation. And that's really what the employers want, because they want to be able to have real life experiences. I know that the state, in the short time that I've gone to the meetings, it's so overwhelmingly impressive that there are now programs where students can go out into the field and learn about jobs and actually get certified in certain jobs. And that will give the prospective employer something that shows that the student is capable of working within that field and is able to solve problems in that context. And I think that is exactly what they're looking for. We need to do more experiential activities as part of the goal towards meeting the curriculum goals.
Students are naturally curious, and I really don't like school systems that are like tamping that down or trying to do away with it. So that's very refreshing. You mentioned getting students on track to get not into a job, but into a career. In Danbury, the high school recently started the academy approach, and I find it to be fascinating. I certainly welcome anybody who's further interested. My Board of Education actually traveled to Nashville where this thing began and brought it back. So you've got high school students. It's not exactly a major, that's too strong a word, but looking at a path some are STEM, some are culinary arts. Others are writing and English and those kind of things. Have you been familiar with that at all? And what's your opinion on it if you have?
Yes, I mean, I'm thinking back, you're making me go back too far in my past in my own head.
I do that every day.
And I know that way back when in New York City, we started having house programs and each house had a theme. What I like about that and how it's progressed is that students are not locked into anything. Just because you're taking a certain path to study in high school doesn't mean that you have to be locked into that. And I know that one of the newer things is to have students actually go from one theme to another. So maybe they'll do 3 different theme approach in subject area. So this way it gives them a more expanded view of what are the possibilities in life and post high school. Because again, it's hard to make a decision when you're a teenager as to what you want to do. I mean, I know people who've gone to medical school and specialized, and then afterwards they say, well, I should have specialized in something else, but that ship has sailed.
I understand that. I went to law school and I haven't practiced in like 30 years. So
But
I've,
you know,
I've been a full-time legislator instead. It was a lot of good training for this job, but my God, I don't want to be anywhere near a courtroom. Thank you. I'm very encouraged and refreshed by your approach as a new member of the State Board of Education. There's a lot of challenges, not just financial ones, ahead of us collectively. And I certainly hope that you'll be comfortable communicating any ideas to back to us as we progress. Thank you very much and congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Winfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Dr. Pickoff, congratulations on your nomination. Earlier, and actually, I just off, I almost wanted to jump into this New York boroughs conversation because I was born in the Bronx, but I figured we don't need to continue that. But earlier, you said what many people say, that diversity is important as it relates to teachers. And I would just ask if you could expand on what you mean by that. I've discovered that folks mean all kinds of different things, and it would be interesting to hear what you mean when you say that.
Okay, I've worked in schools that have diverse student populations, but I haven't for a long time in Connecticut worked in schools that had diverse faculty, and I think that we need to be more successful in recruiting minorities into teaching and administrative and guidance and support systems within our schools. Both so that students of color can see teachers and educators and administrators that look like them and have maybe experiences like them. But also, I'd like to see more diversity in schools that don't have a diverse student population, because I think that those students also need to be exposed to the different experiences that people have had in their lives and the different backgrounds. And I think that, I know it's hard to find teachers in general for specific subject areas, but we need to do a better job of that, but with specifically looking for how do we encourage young minorities to go into education.
Thank you, and I appreciate that question, that answer to my question. And I'll just say, on the cell phone, I've been all over the map on the cell phone issue. I recognize the problem that there are in schools. I've also read research, not just here in America, but from across the world, suggesting that whether a school has a bell-to-bell policy or a more permissive policy, there's not much difference in the impact. And I have a concern that kind of aligns with a statement that you made, which was school systems are supposed to help prepare students for the rest of their lives. And as much trouble as these phones may be, I think in the rest of their lives, they will be in spaces, offices, jobs, whatever the case may be, where, you know, we prepare them with finances, we prepare them with information on how to be in a workplace, et cetera, et cetera. They'll be in places where they will have access to those phones. And I think there is some value to making sure that these young people don't leave our schools where they just don't have access. And then all of a sudden have access and have never really had to reckon what it means to have access during their working day. And so I wonder if you have an opinion on the difference between bell to bell versus some more permissive policies.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
My question was, I wonder if you have an opinion on cell phone bans being bell to bell or some of the more permissive policies, and where you follow on that line, because I know you seem to support the work around this, but I wasn't sure in terms of the difference between the two where you might fall.
Well, you're talking about cell phone bans, correct?
Yeah, and how permissive the ban would be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the bell to bell ban is the most appropriate, because you just want to have it. You don't want to have another vehicle for interruption of the school day during the school day. You know, I understand. I know that someone said, well, then they're just going to go on their phones right afterwards. With, you know, as an educator, that's okay with me. I want to make sure that I'm getting the maximum efficiency of learning capacity from the students in the time that we have them in the schools. So I think that, you know, just I think as adults, I wish we were able to put our phones down as well. But I think that I think to me, I wasn't taking a shot at anyone here. But I just think that to me, the time is so limited in a school day and in a school year. And, you know, we need to be so efficient in the way in which we teach that any kind of distraction like a cell phone during the day is just taking away from that already, in my view, limited opportunity to shape young minds. So I think that having the cell phone ban during the day is more than appropriate. But we just want to keep it sacrosanct that we were able to educate our students in the best way possible.
Thank you for that. I don't necessarily disagree with that. I do think we should be making these policies based on yes, the impact in the classroom, but also how it actually is going to play out. But I appreciate your in the lives of the young folks. But I appreciate your responses to my questions. And again, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we're moving back up on the agenda. This our next public hearing it's the House resolution for Elena Trueworthy of Mansfield to be the Commissioner of Early Childhood. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you can raise your right hand, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairs Concepcion and Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, Ranking Members Yacarino and Berthel, and distinguished members of this committee. My name is Elena Trueworthy, and it is my profound honor to appear before you today as Governor Lamont's nominee to become the next Commissioner of the Connecticut Office of Early Childhood. I am grateful for Governor Lamont and his commitment to high-quality early childhood services across our great state. The Office of Early Childhood, or as we know it best as the OEC, continues to be a national leader as an agency specifically focused on young children and families, and as a national leader in our investments. Connecticut has made historic advancements and investments to ensure young children have what they need to thrive. This past June, Governor Lamont you all, legislative leaders, established the Early Childhood Education Endowment. This is a long-term sustainable funding stream to transform the system over time and increase access, affordability, and quality. This historic investment builds upon the Blue Ribbon Plan on childcare and its recommendations, which brought together voices from across the field, parents, providers, stakeholders, advocates, legislators, together to provide a strategic roadmap to guide these ongoing investments. This, in conjunction with planned launch of a one portal portal, establishment of local governance partners, and funding to support facilities, Connecticut is building a strong system and a strong future for our children. In addition to the endowment, Connecticut has launched a variety of exciting work, such as Universal Nurse Home Visiting Pilot, and expanded funding and increased provider payments for Care for Kids, which is our state subsidy program. This is such a critical resource for program stability and to help families pay for childcare. Care for Kids is at a record high, and it is also at a record high demand from families. The OEC has taken steps to invite families off the wait list over the last couple of months. We've invited over 2,400 families in order to be able to get them the care that they need as quickly as possible, and doing that within available appropriations. Now, my education experience and background, I feel, has prepared me to take the helm of this really important agency and build upon the achievements of past OEC commissioners. I grew up in a bilingual, bicultural family, and this has really given me an insight as to what an asset it is to speak multiple languages. My foundational understanding of the holistic approach to children and just how important that is in the early years of life really came during my 9+ years of working directly in community, in classrooms, with families, with children in Head Start. I did parent leadership training, organizing within community, and it really helped me understand that a child grows up in the context of a family and a family in the context of a community, and all of these experiences really lead to the outcomes for the young child. I moved up in leadership in that organization, overseeing areas such as behavioral health, Care for Kids, operations, transportation, nutrition, and more. My time working at a community foundation gave me very different perspective. I highly value the role of philanthropy, and I value the time I served as co-chair of the Early Childhood Funder Collaborative. And much of what we did was to increase and to launch innovations. And several of those innovations I still work with now at the OEC, including Help Me Grow and Sparkler. And in 2019, I got the call from Governor Lamont to serve as his appointee as the Head Start State Collaboration Office Director. It's a really important role working with our federal partners, and it was during the time of COVID as well. And so I led multiple efforts during the pandemic, including the release of childcare stabilization funding. Much of that funding approach we still use today in our agency. And in 2023, I became OEC's first deputy commissioner, stepping in to serve as acting commissioner during that time as well. I'm proud of so many things that the agency has done, but two that I'll highlight is the launch and establishment of the first ever OEC Parent Cabinet. This is a 15-member advisory board, is now codified in statute. I helped to co-design that with parent leaders, and it really brings parent voice to the center of our work and drives a lot of what we do. In addition, our collaboration with the Department of Housing to launch a national model called Head Start on Housing. This is where we connect housing vouchers from DOH with Head Start families who are experiencing homelessness. Head Start then provides the case management needed to help the families continue in their journey. So my overarching goal as commissioner, if approved, is to ensure that our youngest are healthy, they're ready to learn and ready for school and prepared for lifelong success. I was a college collegiate D1 diving coach for several years. And so I bring a lot of those experiences and coaching skills to the role that I have today. I can't pass this moment without giving a huge thank you to the OEC staff. I am a little biased, but I think we have some of the best staff across the state. And also to my family who's here listening and present. So I thank you for your consideration and welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on your nominations. Welcome to the staff. Welcome to the family. That's great to have you here. One thing I usually do before meeting a commissioner, I go on their website and just play around. And 90% of the time that those websites are antiquated, they're hard to follow. I have to say that your website's really, really well done. Has a lot of information
It does.
on it. Some of the information I wish I knew when my child was younger,
Yes.
leading into kindergarten, all that stuff. So I guess that's one of my questions would be, how do we get the word out of the initiatives that you all do, the work that you all do, and the programmatic things that are available to young parents?
Yeah, I love that question because it's something that we talk about often actually at the agency and work with. So I think there are multiple strategies that we need to use, right? Families live in communities and they're experiencing different lives. And so technology is one way. So the website, social media, those types of methods and methodology. We're also in the process of developing a one entry portal. This will be an opportunity where we do use our IT systems and our data to all come together to have information in one place for families with young children. So if you're looking for childcare, you can go there. You can understand what's available in my town, in my neighborhood, or maybe close to work. And then also have information around, do they have openings? What we hear from families is that they have to call 20 different places to find out, do you have a wait list? You know, what's going on with this? Where's my application? And so bringing that all together and using IT as a way in which to do that. The second way that I feel very passionate about is that parents trust parents. Right? You talk to your friends, you talk to your neighbors, you talk to people in church. And so it's those parent messengers that are extremely critical to getting the word out down on the ground at the local level. So one thing that we have launched through our local governance partners is that each one of those will have parent ambassadors at the table. They're trained parent ambassadors, trained on the services and supports that the agency offers and others as well. And they serve as the communication route down on the ground because they're trusted, right? And so bringing that back up to the agency and informing us is critical.
That's great. I appreciate that. During your testimony, you touched on a bunch of different programs, initiatives that you have, the Care for Kids, I think you mentioned, the endowment, and obviously there's also, I think we might have passed it last year, on the establishment of the grant program, the construction grant program.
Oh, yes.
Can you just talk a little bit about where we are on that program?
Sure, absolutely. So facilities is a really important piece, right? So as we think about childcare expansion, we need to have the space in order to be able to set up new classrooms and also not to just do that, but to improve the quality of those experiences and those environments as well. So we were able to fund both center-based and family childcare through these facility grants. We worked with a nonprofit organization to run a grant program and also to provide coaching along with those grants, right? To be able to understand, how do I spend this money? What is the best way in which to set up that environment? So we ran one set of grant opportunities. We're in the process of a second round of that. for more larger construction projects. And then we'll be also linking facilities dollars to more of our licensing requirements as well as kind of a next step. But this is just the start as we continue to roll out facility expansion projects.
Great. And I know this is the first time you've been in front of this committee, but I'm sure you've testified in front of others, including the Committee of Children, correct?
Yes.
Are there any specific legislation that you've been following on that committee?
So we follow a lot of legislation. Our Committee of Cognizance is the Committee of Education.
Education.
And so we do a lot of work in partnership with both of those committees because our work touches multiple of those. We are following and being involved in legislation around Birth to Three, which is our early intervention program, which are critical supports that go into the home to support families with young children experiencing delays and disabilities. And we are following other kind of committee bills as well.
I appreciate that. I might have another question or two, but in the interest of time, I'll pass it over to Senator Duff. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Thank
And congratulations on your nomination today. Just a few items just to raise. First of all, I'll just say that I hear inside people like you think you're doing a good job.
That's good.
so
Thank you.
we hear things, but we hear good things, which is nice. And I know it's, you're filling the shoes of somebody who had been there for a long time, and you're now trying to create your own path, which is important, obviously. One of the issues I know we've had in the past, which is not a bad policy, but there's always always a give and take of when you do the care for kids for folks who are experiencing homelessness with children, which I don't think anybody here would say that's a bad thing. But the certificates, the care for kids subsidies, there's only so much of that.
Correct.
And then some other folks said, well, now we were taken off of that list, or we don't qualify any longer, so we don't have access to the childcare. What do you say to that? Because again, that policy is a very good policy and has been shown to be good. But on the other hand, there's also folks who are now off of what they might have been considered close to being off the waiting list.
So to your point, Care for Kids is absolutely a critical resource for families and also for providers because it brings in income on a stable, right, and in an available basis. We rolled out protective services, right, about in 2024 in partnership with the Department of Children and Families, which does allow for certain families in children in situations to be able to not go on the wait list and to be able to get their Care for Kids certificate. Over the past, since 2019 or even before Governor Lamont, we've been able to increase the caseload for Care for Kids quite significantly by over 6,000 children during this point in time. And so it is challenging right now. We've never had such a high demand for Care for Kids. And also we've never been at such a high supply either. And we've made great changes within the Care for Kids program, such as reducing the benefits cliff. So if families are on Care for Kids and they get a raise in their job, they can now meet a higher income standard before they come off the program. So it's these types of improvements which have been great, but it definitely has pushed up, right, the pressure on our budget. And so we watch all of this, and we do a significant job of listening to the field and seeing where these come into play. And so those are difficult decisions to make.
Yeah, thank you. And because during the pandemic, we knew that we saw daycares close, childcare close, and it's really been an issue. Have we seen more slots open, or are we still at a shortage of slots for children in need?
Yeah, so you know, through the leadership during the pandemic, we did lose some supply for our childcare during the pandemic, but in comparison to other states, we did really, really well. We were at a 1 to 2% decline in the supply that we experienced. What the endowment especially, but also our general fund does allow us to do is now have the opportunity to really build a solid foundation for our childcare system, really focusing on the workforce, looking at rates or provider payment rates, and also looking at supply. And so just within the last 6 months, we've been able to open up 1,000 new state-funded early start spaces, which is huge for our state. And we've been able to grow this over time as well.
Thanks. And from a standpoint of the trust fund that we all worked in partnership to create,
Yes.
and we also have we changed the law for kindergarten as something that's very much more specific to age 5 and without a waiver program, as far as I know. How is that going to work together, do you think, so that, because there were people who were sending their children to school earlier because daycare is so expensive.
Right.
But on the other hand, you have teachers in elementary school, kindergarten teachers who are saying it's too much. It's hurting the learning environment because there's kids who are literally too young to be in kindergarten. But it's a conundrum for parents because it's 1 year less of daycare or preschool that's expensive. How can you say how that new law, because it's not in effect right now, but how that's going to be married with the trust fund as far as timing goes?
The waiver. Okay. Thank you.
The waiver, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So when the kindergarten age change did occur, we heard a lot from families, and we worked very closely with State Department of Education to really try and understand what were going to be the downward pressures on our childcare system and how we were going to try and make up, if you will, or how families were going to be able to get their access. So when we think about the endowment, it is a long-term strategy to really be building out expansion as we continue down the road in that roadmap. And so there is a huge demand for our state funding when it comes to this. When we rolled out our last request for applications, we were only able to provide funding for about 10 to 12% of the applicants. That's how much we're talking about. So any downward pressure on our childcare system is something that, you know, we have to look at. We have to look at the data. We have to listen to the field because they are the experts and they know what's going on, and make adjustments to our policies as best we can in order to help meet that need.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And this is my next comment. It's not on you, it's on us. But you know, as I said earlier, with the teachers who had a side hustle of Ubering
Yeah.
because she didn't make enough money.
Yep.
You know, as my kids are old enough now where they're out of college, or one's in college. And I remember when they were in daycare, and the daycare, we were spending a lot of money, but the daycare provider, the employees were on Husky, and because they weren't getting
Right.
paid enough. And so it is a fundamental issue for anybody in education. And we see that all the time in early childhood care, where people are leaving because they can make more money driving a van around all day delivering
Yep.
people's goods. We shouldn't, that's a state embarrassment. That's a national embarrassment that we have. And I certainly hope that over time we'll be able to correct some of that, especially with the trust
Yeah.
that we have, and that it'll be an example and a model for other states as well. And I know you care about this deeply, which is, I just think it's important. We don't have this forum all the time with folks
Mhm.
like you. And I think it's really important to not just question, but to put things on the record, because these are all important issues for us to consider and to think about, and to really try to goals to strive to achieve, so that we have people who have a good, who are doing really important work, who have a good quality of life, and that
Right.
they don't feel like they're always behind the 8 ball for trying to take care of our kids. And that we need to really put those things forward. In my opinion, so I feel. Last thing I'll just mention is I heard from a former colleague of mine who is now works for the federal government that you had a visit from the feds.
Yes.
But again, the reports I got were very good. So I'm glad to hear that. And I just want to say congratulations because the folks come in and, there's controversies in other states about early childhood care and funding and things like that, whether it's accurate or inaccurate, false or true, I don't know. But I do know that what was looked at here was deemed to be very good. And so I just want to say congratulations to that and thank you for that as well. And again, I hear good things inside the agency and I look forward to supporting you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Chair.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Commissioner,
Good afternoon.
and congratulations on your nomination. A couple of questions. First, what is your vision of what you would like to see the early childhood endowment that we passed last year? Where would you like to see that be in a few years? What are the benchmarks that you hope to see accomplished, say in 2 or 3 years from now?
Great question. It's really exciting to have this historic endowment. We are one of the few states that has a setup like this. And what this does is it gives us a long-term sustainable funding stream to make these critical changes within our system that has really plagued, right, our childcare system for decades. We have, just through our funding, been able to patchwork how funding can help to resolve certain issues. But the endowment really gives us the opportunity to correct and transform what our system looks like. And the workforce is number one, right? When we were out listening to the Blue Ribbon Plan and doing a lot of our listening sessions, it was very clear that first and foremost, the workforce needs to be stable. They need to have increase in wages and have the support surrounding them in order to be successful. And so the endowment gives us the opportunity to really look at payment provider rate, which is a strategy to infuse more dollars into the operating system or operating model of childcare, which we know is broken right now. And we're really, rolling it out on the backs of our workforce. And so I would like to see the endowment continue to grow in a way in which we can resolve some of these root cause issues, such as the workforce, lower wages. So be able to see those wages increase, be able to see our businesses be stable, be able to see increased access in the spaces that are available for children and families across the state.
Thank you. I hope that certainly works out that way, but that's the progress we envisioned when we passed the bill
Right.
last year. Just how critical it is, I think is evident whenever you talk to a kindergarten teacher, that teacher can probably tell you within the first week which of the children in that class have come to kindergarten well prepared by a quality preschool or daycare program and which ones have not. So this is really critical, as we know that so many children who are not well prepared for kindergarten struggle from the very beginning. Some of them get lost and never really catch up. They're behind. They're not reading at grade level by grade 3. It makes it harder for them to catch up after that. They become aware of their own academic deficiencies. They start to become discipline problems in school. They start to become truant when they're a little older. Then they may wind up in trouble with the juvenile court. They may wind up dropping out of school when they're 16, when they're only in 9th grade because they've repeated a grade along the way and their attainment level is 5th or 6th grade and they're out of school, unemployable. And unemployed, and they're the cohort of so many young people who wind up getting into trouble with our criminal justice system, and it all goes back to the birth to 5 period. So there's so much
Exactly.
writing on that, and that's why I think what we did last year was so important, and it had to build a constituency over time because unlike the K-12 program, which has a large constituency of educational professionals around the state, teachers unions, administrators, boards of ed, others, there was not as strong a grassroots voice for the birth to 5 program as there should be, because it is certainly as critical. I mean, it didn't have the institutional voice behind it that some of the other advocacy groups did, but I'm glad that we're on the right track now. But it does seem to me that one question that somebody asked me recently about that was that, well, now that we've established this program, how do we make sure that the kids who really need it the most get into it? The parents who are lax, the parents who don't really reach out as advocates for their own children, the ones whose kids are now the least well prepared when they go to kindergarten. What's the plan for outreach to those families to get those kids into these quality programs who are now not there, and a special effort has to be made to make sure that they are part of the group that's going to be the rising of all boats by the time that they get to kindergarten?
It's such an important question, because we do want to make sure that everyone knows about our services and our supports, and that they have trust in the system in order to access our services and supports. So I think this, ties back to some of my earlier comments around, we really need to be building on the ground level, right? Families trust what's going on in their local neighborhoods and their local communities, and building up parent leadership in order to be able to share those messages. And it's really important to me that our staff, our parent ambassadors, that we're out in community, talking to a lot of people, forming relationships. We have a saying in early childhood that everything is based upon relationships, and it's so true, and especially in this case. And so being out there, we have a wonderful program that is called Parents Connecting Parents. It's located in 6 cities across the state. It trains up parent ambassadors in knowledge about our resources and supports, and they specifically go out into census tracts that are most in need and most vulnerable to talk to families at the playground, right? Knock on doors if that's a possibility, at the bodega, whatever it may be, right? Because we need to be out there. We need to be forming that trust and that relationship out in communities. And that's why the structure of the local governance partners is also so critical. Their role of being the hub of early childhood down at the local level, bringing in partnerships to form together to understand what are the needs in my community. They're going to be completing a local needs assessment, looking at data, but also asking families, what is it that we need to do better in our neighborhood in order to best meet the needs of children and families? So all of these structural supports are things that we're building and have recently launched, but it's really, it's going to strengthen, or is already strengthening, our system as a whole. But it really is that trust factor. It's being out in the ground, and it's making sure we don't speak in jargon, right? We know we have materials that families know and appreciate.
Thank you. I think that's critically important because we all know that the parents who are going to be engaged and active with their child's education when the child gets to school, and are going to be engaged in the school community, and are going to be demanding accountability of teachers and administrators and everyone on behalf of their children, those parents usually already find a way to get childcare that meets their standards in the birth to 5 period. It's those who are missing in action when their kids get to school are also the ones who are also often not really taking care that their children get the necessary preparation they need before they get to school. And that's why I think that outreach is so important, and a plan for that, to get out into the communities, to get to that structure of people who don't voluntarily engage, and aren't ones who are likely to be leaders among their peer group and come out and have a voice at a community meeting. And those are the ones who are the parents of the kids who get the least stimulation and the least help. And so my daughter-in-law and my niece were both early childhood, early grade teachers in the public schools, and they said it was heartbreaking to see just the lack of preparation of some kids coming in, having never been read to, having never seen anybody read a book in their home, and this having to try to infuse everything that you could normally should take for granted that a 5-year-old has in terms of acculturation, being ready for school. And in these cases, that wasn't the case at all. So that's the challenge. And I think that to the extent that the outreach you're talking about is going to be successful, that means that we'll be able to do much better in the future with the resources of the endowment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, congratulations on your appointment. Before I ask any questions, I just want to share a couple of thoughts with you. First of all, I've enjoyed the opportunity to work with you already, going back to, I think, late September of last year when you had officially taken in on the interim role. And we had an opportunity to be at a conference together and shared some really great conversation there. And I was very excited about your appointment then, and I'm even more excited now because we're making it official. But I want to share that last week I had an opportunity to be in Durham, North Carolina for a couple of days with legislators from all across the country, a small group, and we were brought to a early childhood learning center in Durham, and I was totally taken by surprise when the director of that facility mentioned that they are striving to be more like Connecticut in terms of in terms of what our policies are today. And every single legislator in that group that I was in spoke to and asked me questions, some of which I don't think I could probably fully answer. I had wished you or someone of the great staff that's behind you were there regarding the endowment. And I think the questions that were asked, that was just asked regarding, what are the benchmarks and what are we going to do with that going forward, are so critically important because it's a model for the rest of the nation. And despite the questions we had last session at the right at the end regarding the funding mechanism and all of that, I think at the end of the day the message was that this was the right thing to do for the children of Connecticut. So just know that and I guess maybe it raises the bar a little bit.
I know.
And it also puts a little bit of the challenge on. And I'll follow up with you after this meeting with a little more detail about that meeting that I was in last week. But if we are becoming very quickly some sort of gold standard for others across the nation to look at, not only does that mean better things for us here in Connecticut and the people that we collectively serve, but gosh, I'd like to think it means better things for the whole country at the end of the day. So, so thank you for that, and thank you for taking on this very important responsibility. So my first question is this: despite the fact that, and I pulled up on my phone, and I know that the fellow legislators at this desk with me know this already, but we have 50 days left before. Anyone want to cheer? No. Okay. Before we gavel out CNA-DA on May 6th. And I'm just wondering if there is anything on your mind today that you believe the General Assembly should still prioritize before we get out in 7 weeks and 1 day from today. How's that? I could get it down to hours and minutes, but I won't. So Senator Looney has it on his phone. I see the timer running right here. Look at that. So is there anything that should be a priority before we finish? And that maybe it's not a trick question either. And if you want to get back to me after, that's fine. But I'm just curious if there's anything that's a priority right now.
Well, I'll tell you something that we're looking at, right, and monitoring quite closely, and it relates to the endowment. So the endowment was seeded with $300 million, and we're allowed to use 12% both this year and next year. But the future of the endowment and the growth depends upon the surplus and the deposits of the surplus at the end of each fiscal year. And so we're monitoring that quite closely. I mean, I don't think anybody knew the situation we were going to be in today. And so when we were planning for the endowment, we were looking at the average of the last 7 years of surplus, right? And applying that. And so I think it is really important and have greatly valued the partnership that we've had with the Endowment Advisory Board. It's chaired by a member of the House and a member of the Senate and myself as commissioner, and to continue to always be listening to the field, because they are the ones who know where the pressure points are and where they need support in order to be able to do the tremendous work that they do. And so the surplus and the dollars are something that we are, looking at and monitoring, and we'll be working with all of you as we learn about that and stand ready to be able to act when we need to.
Great. Okay. So thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I think that, that makes good sense as well. That we continue to do, some, good responsible budgeting, so that we can, continue to have, so, yeah, it's true. And that was, and not to go off on a tangent, but that was one of the reasons why I think that I didn't agree with the funding mechanism last year. That I would rather have had this been in the budget so that that it was there and we didn't have to have the volatility, if you will, or the variances that might occur. But at any rate, but we're where we're at now, and I think that's a great answer to the question. And then if I'm correct, I think you've been in your role now about 7 months, right? From when Commissioner by
October 1st. Yeah.
October 1st. Okay, so I'm just curious, is there anything, you have a great staff behind you, a former legislator, you have all these great people that support you. Is there any unexpected challenges that you've had come up in those 7 months? Anything that you were surprised by? And you were already in the deputy role, so you kind of had a full understanding. But anything now that you became, the boss, if you will? They're all laughing. I'm not sure if that's good or not, but any surprises? Anything that you were unexpected?
I mean, I think the federal situation is something that I didn't expect to have to, be looking at on a day-to-day basis and reacting to in some instances as well. And so I think that has been kind of the biggest surprise in just, really thinking about planning. Our early childhood field is one in which we need to be very intentional and planful. So any changes that come down, whether it's through funding or through policies or whatnot, directly impact the day-to-day work of our children and families and our providers. And so that has been something that has been a little worrisome to me, but I am confident in the status of our agency to be able to respond to anything. And luckily, we have not had any direct cuts, if you will,
Sure.
to our agency at this time. But it is something that is top of mind to make sure that we stay in front of that and that we continue to support the fields as best we can.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Again, congratulations. Thank you for your answers, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. It's a pleasure just to listen to you today. And many of my questions were already asked, but I think they're relevant questions.
Mhm.
But I do like, did you start the parent cabinet?
Yes.
I think it's an excellent idea. My daughter had a baby 9 months ago, first grandchild, and
Let's talk. I have lots of resources.
yeah. So, but my point is, so she came from my family, that we read all the time. We read to the kids, and she does the same. But there are a lot of families, like to Senator Looney's point, that the kids never get a chance to read. They don't read until they're in kindergarten. And by then it's almost, not that it's too late, but it's late. And so for kids that are impoverished or in poverty, especially in urban areas, your family support system, or you have, sounds like you have a good outreach for those folks. Have you been utilizing your great team behind you and, of course, many other employees and team members to reach these folks that really, they need it more than anybody else?
Yeah, absolutely. That is a really important piece. And also some of our other programming is very intentional too, as to how we do outreach. So for example, we fund for free the Sparkler app, which is within our Help Me Grow system. What's important about that is that it's a free app that families can use to help to identify the milestones and where their child's at. And if there are red flags, then those red flags are addressed through either 211 Child Development Info Line or through some of the other resources in the community. And so we have outreach efforts also going out through that work. How we fund some of our work as an agency is also, I think, important to highlight right now. We learned this during COVID, right? Because there's so much need out there, but we also know that there are communities that experience that need a little bit differently. And so when we issue out a request for applications, for example, for new childcare spaces, we are weighing different data and different factors to help us determine where those spaces are most in need. So for example, we look at data around the Child Opportunity Index, and that goes down to the neighborhood level to really identify where are, the census tracts in the areas where children are experiencing homelessness more, where there's unemployment, right? Where there are other factors that we know impact the experiences and the development of a child. We also look at childcare deserts. So where is there much more demand from families than we have supply currently there? And so we drive our funding and prioritize our funding in those areas as well. And that helps us reach some of those deserts across our states too. So being more geographically diverse and spread out with our
It-
funds.
It's obviously you're very proactive, and I think that's important for our young folks that might not ever have the opportunity without your really team effort in helping folks. When you look at youth camps, like what ages you go now, like on your on the criteria, there's youth camps.
Yes.
How do you work that? I mean, what do you
Right.
actually do? I'm sorry, but
Sure, sure. So through our licensing division at the Office of Early Childhood, we license youth camps, not municipal youth camps,
Private.
but community-based youth camps. And so our licensing divisions are our largest division in the agency and really promotes and ensures the health and safety of where children are at. So that could be in childcare centers, but also in camps and camp experiences. And so we work with youth camps. So we have a youth camp advisory board also where we seek feedback and information and work with them in partnership.
does your agency work with like grad students that to either, to volunteer to help kids read and,
Oh.
learn how to read, like, I mean, it's something maybe you want to think. I know you have a lot on your plate, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to get colleges involved and, grad students rather.
Yeah,
Or,
no,
or
that's a
even
great
even
idea.
seniors that are retired to
Mhm.
volunteer with, really to read.
Yeah, what you're highlighting for me that is really important is, we can't work in silos anymore, right? Our programs are interconnected and our families should have a more holistic approach to how we're kind of wrapping our arms around families with young children. And so those are great examples of the types of partnerships and collaborations down at the local level that can get emphasized and grow so that all children, right, have different experiences.
I would like, last year we had Senate Bill 1, which is laudable, and obviously it's here now, but it's contingent on the surplus. And right now we're at 77 million. I think the optimal number is 95 million or more, which we're not there right now. I would like to see a permanent funding mechanism that's stable and consistent. And this, obviously, we're just a little below the threshold now, but we really need, if we're gonna have these programs, and I think they're vitally important, and we need to have a fully funded mechanism, and I would hope we get to that point. I think you're gonna be tremendous, Commissioner. I think you have a good team behind you.
Definitely.
And it's just that you said earlier about communication and advocating are so important. And sometimes just the simplest idea, like having somebody volunteer to do that. I said earlier, I speak to on a regular basis civics classes and even young kids in school, and it's all about listening to the kids, but also having people to have the same voice and have a voice. And I think it's vitally important. And I do, like I said earlier, I love the parent cabinet. Hopefully you can rotate that and get people from all around the state and then expand that cabinet
Mhm.
because you have a lot of different people that are very diverse and that some people need more help than others. But I appreciate you and your team and I wish you the best. And we have to make sure we fund you properly. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Senator Duff.
All right, that was quicker than I thought. Just a quick question for you just a follow-up that I had. has to do with Care for Kid, the wait list, and that just opened up for eligibility. How, might have talked about it a little bit before, but how's the agency working through that?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. This we monitor every day as well. There is a significant wait list for Care for Kids right now. And we, again, because of the high demand and, you know, we're even at the highest supply that we've been in ever. The way in which we're working that is two ways. One is internally with our partners, looking at our systems themselves. How are we making sure that when a family is invited off of the wait list or invited to become or get Care for Kids, that they're able to move through that system very quickly to get the care that they need very, very fast. And so internally, we're improving our systems because it's critically important. We're also pushing our budget to the max, right? So within our current allocation, we are making sure that we are utilizing every dollar at this point in time to move families off of the wait list as quickly as we can within available appropriations. So over the last couple of months, we have been able to invite over 2,400 families off of the wait list, but we still are hovering around in the high 3,000s for a number of children on the wait list and looking for care. And they're waiting about 8 months on average right now for that certificate. Over the last couple of years, with the commitment of Governor Lamont to increase both the caseload thresholds that we have, but also some of those important pieces within Care for Kids as well. We've raised 3 times the rates for Care for Kids. So providers are receiving more dollars and parents have now more shopping ability to use those dollars across the state. And so there have been some really tremendous improvements in the system, but we are working as best we can with the funding that we have.
Thank you very much. And I know it's not easy. It's just, but it's something that we, as legislative branch and executive branch, need to keep our eyes on and make sure everybody's working towards cutting that list down as much as possible. And that's resources from us. That's also working to make sure that the agency is working as quickly as it can to place kids in adequate places.
Yes.
So thank you very much. You're a House resolution, so we get to say goodbye for now, but thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey, Senator, any other questions or comments from committee members? And seeing none online, we do have one last question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
thank you.
All right, I believe last item on the public hearing agenda. We have a House joint resolution. This is the nomination of Christina Geo of Cheshire to be the child advocate.
You can stay.
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Representative.
If you can raise your right hand, do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Representative Concepcion, Senator Duff, Vice Chairs Godfrey and Looney, and Ranking Members Yacarino and Berthel. I am Christina D. Gio, and I'm honored to appear before you as the nominee to serve as the state's child advocate, and want to thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. I also want to thank the OCA Advisory Committee for including me as a candidate for the governor's consideration, and Governor Lamont for nominating me. Lastly, I want to thank the current and some former OCA staff who have joined me here today for their support, not just today, but over the last year and a half as I transitioned into the position of acting child advocate. Our office could not do the work that we do without our very dedicated staff. Sorry, I have a little throat. I'm a 1996 graduate of Georgetown University Law Center. I'm an attorney and a certified child welfare law specialist, and I have dedicated my career to representing children. Serving as the state's child advocate, should I be confirmed, would be an honor and a privilege. I went to law school because I wanted to represent children and provide holistic legal representation. I didn't call it that at the time. I just had a belief that children needed attorneys that can represent them. Children in foster care in particular needed children who could represent them in all facets of their life, not just about where they were placed, but to ensure that their needs were met. For the last 30 years, I've represented children in juvenile justice, child welfare, and special education cases. I've advocated for changes in state law to ensure the safety and well-being of children. I've worked in government, I've worked in nonprofit, and I've worked in private practice. And I bring all of that experience to my work at the OCA. As we sit here today, Connecticut is reeling from the death of Mimi Torres Garcia and the alleged isolation and torture of S for over 20 years. The public wants and deserves answers. OCA's responsibility is to investigate, understand what happened, provide transparency and accountability, and make recommendations for improvement. While it takes time to do those in-depth reviews, OCA will publish reports regarding both cases. That is the work that OCA was created to do. OCA was created 30 years ago in response to a horrific murder of a 9-month-old baby. A bipartisan group of legislators came together to create an independent office with broad authority and responsibility. Their vision was that an office whose independence was secure could gather all of the information that was otherwise confidential, carefully examine the work of government, and make recommendations to prevent future tragedies. OCA remains committed to that vision. I want to take a moment to share my approach to the work of the Office of the Child Advocate and the principles that will guide the work if I am confirmed as child advocate. First, OCA is independent. Its independence is critical to maintaining both its objectivity and its commitment to transparency. Second, our investigations must be as thorough and objective as possible. OCA's findings have been and will continue to be based on the facts as we find them. Our recommendations will be based on extensive review of the facts and the law, research on best practices, the collective expertise of our multidisciplinary team, and consultation with content area experts when that's appropriate. Third, transparency and accountability are at the core of our work. The purpose must always be, first and foremost, to improve the lives of children. When something terrible happens, OCA shines a bright light on the lapses in adherence to policy, the lapses in policy, and the holes in state law. We do that to put forward recommendations that will improve the safety and well-being of children, to close gaps in the safety net, and to prevent future tragedies. Lastly, while providing transparency and accountability, we must balance relationships and responsibility. Many of OCA's accomplishments have occurred through partnerships with state agencies, legislators, providers, and families, maintaining those relationships while also issuing reports that scrutinize agencies and others with whom we have partnered can be a challenge. I believe the best way to manage that challenge is through mutually respectful conversation and honest communication about our obligations. OCA can and does work collaboratively towards policy solutions, but our first responsibility is to the children of the state of Connecticut. We always have a responsibility and an obligation to provide the public and policymakers with objective information upon which to make decisions. Should I be confirmed, I will work hard to maintain the principles that I've described, to stay focused on ensuring that Connecticut has systems that keep children safe, provide timely access to mental health and behavioral health care, support children with complex disabilities, and ensure that families have access to supports that they need in order to care for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations on your nomination. Your background and experiences obviously speaks for itself. Can you just pronounce your last name again? I want to make sure I get it right.
It is Gio,
Gio.
G-H-I-O, and my middle initial actually is my maiden name, which was much more difficult to pronounce and spell, which is Delorier.
Okay.
So Gio is much better.
Yeah,
but-
which is fine. As a Concepcion, I definitely understand that very much. You know, you obviously have a very tough, but obviously extremely important job. And I don't want to ask you, you know, what keeps you up at night, but what do you see are the most critical issues facing the department, or what you're seeing coming into the department?
Thank you for the question. You know, I think that there are really two things that I would identify as our major concerns with regard to to the department. The first is really with respect to what we think of as the very foundational aspects of good casework. The consistency with visitation consistent with policy, and I mean quality and quantity, collateral contacts consistent with policy, and supervision, again, quality and quantity. And what we see, and the second thing would be placement and services, right? So with regard to the foundational aspects of practice, what we see is inconsistency and their internal quality assurance indicates that they are not adequately meeting that criteria in very significant ways and in ways that impact the well-being of children. And so we published a report, the Liamar report, several years ago, in which some of those aspects of case practice impacted how that case moved forward. And ultimately, that was a fatality report. There was very critical information that was not available to the court, to the attorneys, when they were making decisions, in large part because the collateral contacts had not occurred in the way that they should have. And so it's things like that that are so critically important that we have to ensure that they're happening consistently, and they're really not right now. With regard to placement and services, we have significant concerns. Our own, right, DCF does their own quality assurance reviews of in-home cases. Those reviews tell us that they are not able to provide the services that children need. So they identify the appropriate services, but they're able to provide the appropriate services about 50% of the time. And the Child and Family Service reviews, which are federal reviews that look at the department periodically, found similar concerns that the agency is not able to meet service needs. So we really have to develop that array, both services for families, right? Substance abuse, intimate partner violence supports, and for children. In particular, we're concerned about children's access to mental health services and behavioral health services and placements. I'm sure people have heard that there are difficulties with foster care. We do not have a sufficient number of foster care placements. We also do not have the treatment services that children in foster care need to address their mental health and behavioral health needs across the continuum. So I'll pause there.
No, I appreciate that. And apart from DCF, what other departments does your agency work?
So we have very, very broad authority. So we look at DCF. We have conducted investigations with regard to children in facilities that were licensed by DDS. We look at children in educational settings, so any private approved special education placement, public schools, we look at those. Any facility where a child is placed is within our purview if they receive state funds. So it's really quite broad, and I think it's one of our big challenges. We have a very, very small staff. Half of our staff is in the room today, which is saying something, right? We have right now we have 7 staff. We are missing an associate because that was the position I was holding. And thankfully, last year, the legislature gave us 2 additional positions, which we hope to onboard, I hope in April. But our purview is quite broad. But we are a very small staff, and so we focus as much as we can on the things that we think are most urgent in terms of system level needs for kids.
So, given those two things, the staff, and I forgot what I was going to say, the other thing, but are there a backlog of cases that you're dealing with?
I wouldn't say there's a backlog. So let me sort of give you the layout of how the office works. So we have a child advocate, associate child advocate, which will be open, 3 assistant child advocates, a staff attorney, and then we have 2 human services advocates. So one of our human services advocates is charged with answering the phone, taking all of those citizen concerns and bringing them to our team, and also making referrals. And she's been with us a very long time. She's in the room. She's been with us a very long time. So she does referral, right? Refers people out. When those cases something's identified that we need to elevate to a higher level, our assistant child advocate, Liz Sittler, who's also in the room, takes those and works with families on those. And we try to make sure that we work with families who don't have other resources to support them, number one, and also who have significant sort of systemically related issues that we can assist with. Most of the cases that we're working on there are children who are stuck somewhere, often stuck in the emergency room, stuck in an inpatient hospital, and stuck usually because they can't get access to the mental health services they need. So that's one position that's essentially full-time. One of our assistant child advocates does facility work. And one of our assistant child advocates, who's also here, does fatality review. And then our staff attorney does a lot of our education investigations. So there isn't necessarily a backlog, but we do have to select what we can spend our time on. And we try to do that to have the most impact that we can to improve as many lives as we can at the end of the day.
Certainly appreciate that. And so, aside from advocating to double your staff for next year, are there any other policy changes that you're looking for, at least in this legislative session, that might help the office with such a small staff?
We haven't asked for policy changes directly related to our staff this year.
What doesn't have to be necessarily on the staff side, just
Yeah.
anything that would help.
Yeah, we haven't asked for anything sort of specific to our work. We have been advocating for greater oversight and transparency with regard to the Department of Children and Families. We've supported legislation on that. And of course, I'm sure people are familiar, we've advocated for the state to develop a framework for children who are withdrawn from school for equivalent instruction elsewhere. And on a number of other legislative concepts that have been raised.
I appreciate that. All right, with that, I will turn it over to my co-chair, Chairman Duff.
Thank you and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to see
Secretary.
you today. And I do have some questions as well, because I think that there's a couple parallel tracks here that I want to talk about a little bit. One is in your agency, your office, Colton office, I guess. We want to make sure that you as an Office of Child Advocate, you as the child advocate are the child advocate, and that you feel like you are not under the guise of, previous the child advocate, ghosts of child advocates in the past. And no matter who it is, I'm not naming names or anything else, but that you chart your own path. And I just want to, and we talked about this in my office when we met privately, but I want to ensure that that is the case and have that here clearly on the record.
Absolutely. So absolutely. I would not have taken this position if I didn't have my own sense of what the children of the state of Connecticut need. I think it's important for this office to be independent, but both of past, as you call it, Christmas ghosts of the past, as well as the executive. I think it is absolutely critical to the work that we do. I've been an attorney for 30 years. Almost every minute of that has been representing children. And the piece that wasn't representing children was a short time right after law school when I was a public defender. Learned a lot about children who grow up in chronic poverty and children who grow up with abuse and neglect. And it is something that is deeply personal to me, that we do work that improves the lives of children every single day. I think there's only one way to say that, I will do that, and I can assure this committee that I will be independent, and that I will work with our incredible staff every day to do as much work as we can possibly do. In the last, I've been acting child advocate, I think it's been about 18 months now. We've published 8 reports in that time. And if you know what our staff do on a daily basis and the number of critical incidents they review, fatalities, citizen phone calls, that's a remarkable achievement in the last 18 months. So we're going to continue to work hard and focus on the core issues that impact children.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. And I just want to just underscore the fact of getting those reports out is important, and getting those reports out from a standpoint of helping us as legislators understand things, rather than holding a press conference that just, it's a press conference for the sake of a press conference. We want to make sure that, and those are important sometimes, but we want to make sure that we're getting the information so you can hold your agencies accountable, which is your charge, and that legislators can understand what we can do better to help make sure we're protecting children from a policy standpoint. We had Commissioner Hamilton in here last week, and I don't want to say everybody, but there were some of us who had some concerns about the direction of the agency and what's happening now that the 1F consent decree is no longer there. What metrics do you use to determine whether DCF is failing or succeeding?
It's a really good question. I have a few things I want to say about that. So as you said, the 1F consent decree ended. With the 1F consent decree, there was a list of outcome measures that we looked at, the 1F Court Monitor's Office looked at, periodically published quarterly reports on those outcome measures. We do not have that anymore. And our office currently doesn't have the capacity to recreate that. Right. So what do we look at? Well, we do look at the CFSRs, the Child and Family Service Reviews that I mentioned earlier, but those are periodic. They do, there is a report that's published annually that we'll look at as well. And then we've also pushed the agency to create their own internal quality assurance. So they do have what is called DRS, Differential Response System, qualitative case reviews, and they've been doing those. They were doing those when 1F was in place. So we have some apples to apples comparison. Those are with the investigation track, and it looks at the timeliness of the commencement of the investigation, visits with child, visits with parent, has a number of things that it looks at. Those have shown a significant decline since the end of the 1F consent decree, and they sort of leveled off, but they have leveled off at a place that is not at all close to what we want it to be. So we monitor those, and we and I can speak to how we engage with the department on those, but we monitor those. They also following Liam's death created internal quality assurance with regard to the in-home case reviews. And we monitor those as well. And again, there have been some tweaks to that tool that they're using, but it is a qualitative case review where they select cases and they use a rubric and score the cases. And again, those show us significant concerns with those foundational aspects of case practice that we're talking about. So that's what we're monitoring. And we do meet with the agency monthly. And we do that to bring those issues to their attention, other issues to their attention. to challenge a bit in a respectful way. What are you doing about these numbers is a common conversation, frankly. And to your point earlier, we are sort of always walking a line between we want to engage the agency and push the agency internally, but at some point there's a need to have a more public conversation if we have concerns. And so we do monitor those. We do think there is a need for some external monitoring because it's hard to look at your own work critically, frankly. And even as they do that, the way that they provide it to us changes over time for a variety of reasons. And I think if there were external monitoring, that we could ensure that it's consistent and it helps with the transparency.
Thank
That makes
you.
sense.
And, I get the sense, and I don't think it's a specific person. I get the sense that the agency is just stuck. If you were to, and this is not your job, but if you were to kind of share what you think is their vision, what would their vision be, or what should their vision be?
That's a good question. Right now they're a consolidated children's agency. And I think their vision is very much focused, and I think in many ways rightfully so, on ensuring that we reduce the numbers of children who enter into care. And I think that's a good vision, but I also think that we can't just sort of count beans. We have to be asking every day whether or not the children are better off. So if we send a child and a family on the family assessment review track and they go down that route, do we know if they are better off, right? About half of the families finish that IFCS route, or families that are referred to IFCS. Not everybody in FAR goes to IFCS, but of the families referred, only about 50% complete. So we need to be asking whether or not children are better off. And I think part of the vision really needs to include some of those questions of how do they know whether or not children are better off as a result of the interaction. And we've sort of used as a proxy that they're home, that we've kept them home or we've kept them with relatives. And I think we need better tools to understand whether or not they are better off. With respect to mental health, I think that has been an ongoing challenge for the department. They are our children's mental health agency. And I think that there does need to be a vision for that part of the work. We have a responsibility to the children of the state of Connecticut to ensure that they have access to a continuum of mental health services, right? And we see kids who are identified as needing essentially our highest level of care, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, right? Which is essentially an inpatient unit in the community. We see kids that are approved as needing that level of care. They cannot access it. They're DCF committed. So they go to a STAR home, which is essentially a shelter, our lowest level of care. That should not be. And, from our perspective, the agency has a responsibility to look and say, okay, what do we need as a system for children's mental health, and develop those services. And so I think that vision needs to be much more broad, assuming, the state keeps that statutory consolidated agency as it is. We really need a vision with regard to mental health that ensures that somebody is in charge of system design, identifying at a population level, what do we need? How are we going to get it? And how are we going to make sure that it's available across the state?
Thank you. And I'm just going to ask a couple rapid response questions, if you don't mind, to be just be polite to the other members of the committee. Because you talked about DCF and accountability, what other agencies could use that type of accountability? Because you do see children from other agencies. I would
We do.
mention mental health, and it could be Demas or others. So, and then what does systemic accountability mean to you in practice, not just case level? And then how do we, with both of those kind of questions in mind, how do we figure out how to better track through data? Like what measures need to go across agencies, and how best do we track that so that we truly are fulfilling the charge of your office? So those are kind of three things, but hopefully they're all related somehow.
Yes, and I will, I'll try to tie them together. So, I do think that, we try to provide accountability and transparency across other agencies, not just DCF. And I think one of the examples of that is with regard to education, in particular special education. And we do see a need there for the State Department of Education and local education agencies to improve their oversight with regard to children who are in placements outside of the district. So private approved special education placements, as well as out-of-state special education placements. We currently have, or we looked at the numbers over a 3-year period up to 24, we had over 200 children placed out of state in special education placements with very, very little oversight and monitoring. So I do think there is a need for ensuring that there is more accountability with respect to the State Department of Education's monitoring of our children with special education needs. And on the issue of system accountability, I mean, I think, we had, at some point, we had this children's report card that was put into the statute, right? And we created these frameworks of accountability of what do we want to see for our kids in the state. And I think that was a really good idea. It sort of fell by the wayside, but it would be great to have that back in place again and have real accountability measures that we're looking at sort of for kids in the general population. How are we impacting our kids, right? Are we making sure they're getting a good education? Are we reducing, their contact with juvenile justice system? Are we reducing rates of abuse and neglect as a state? Because, the reality is that it isn't just what DCF does, right? DCF comes in after abuse and neglect has happened. They have some prevention dollars, but we really need to be thinking about that on a system level. And that's requires us to look at a lot of things that are hard to look at and challenging to tackle, including poverty, right? And a host of other things. And I do think that's, ideally we would get something like that back in place and have real outcome measures that we're looking at that different agencies are contributing to, because we all have a role in reducing poverty, reducing contact with the juvenile justice system for kids, having them in high quality education settings where their needs are actually being met, right? I mean, I represented children in special education when I was at the Center for Children's Advocacy, which meant I was representing children who are either in their homes and involved with DCF or committed to DCF and living in some of the poorest parts of our state. And I've worked in private practice representing very wealthy families in some of the wealthiest districts in our state. And the disparity between what you get at an elementary school in those poorest areas and what you get in the wealthiest towns is heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. And so that's something that we need to address as a state. Very challenging issue because of the way we fund education. And I'm no expert on education funding, but it's a problem, and it's not okay for kids. It is wrong that we have children who cannot access high quality education because of where they were born. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Are you passionate about this issue? Yeah, thank you. And I really do appreciate your answers, and thank you for being an advocate for children for your entire career, through law school and everything else, because it shows. And I do feel the passion, and again, it's having oversight of agencies doesn't mean we think they're doing a bad job. It just means that we're all trying to make sure that everybody is doing everything that they need to do, whether it's legislature to provide funding or whether it's the agencies to do their work or your job to do oversight. as well. It's or hold them accountable. It's all part of the process of what the taxpayers and residents of the state feel is necessary from their government. So I do appreciate everything you do, and I appreciate the way in which you are taking on this role and looking to make your own mark. So thank you for that, and congratulations on your nomination. Thank you. Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Madam Advocate, thank you and congratulations on your nomination. And certainly your experience prior to taking the position, I think really is exactly what's needed, and your spirit of advocacy and passion as well. I'm going to follow up on some of the things that Senator Duff asked. Obviously, Commissioner Hamilton was before us recently on her appointment. And just one of the things that I asked her about, I want to ask you, is that I have a close family friend who was for a while was an assistant attorney general in the Child Protection Unit, representing DCF in cases in court where there were petitions to, in some cases, remove the child from the family home because of severe abuse and neglect. And she found that experience quite frustrating because she said that there was almost, as she put it, no one was of the DCF caseworkers who were, in effect, her clients who she was representing. She said no one was average. They were either extraordinarily dedicated people who did everything you could imagine in the file and were well prepared to come into court and argue for whatever their conclusion was, or they were appallingly the other way, people who were just kind of maybe realized that they really weren't suited for that job and were in the process of had one foot out the door already looking for something else, or they were coasting toward retirement. And she said there was almost nobody who you could say was average. They were either way above average or way below average in her perception of the files they brought to her to represent them in court. I asked the commissioner about that. She said that they are trying to pay more attention to training and to trying to prepare the DCF staff who do have to go to court, and that they're also trying to, out counsel some people who they just identify are really not suited for the position, and they may be in some cases coming in as the first job out of college or grad school and just find out it's not for them, or maybe they haven't found out yet, but it really isn't for them. But just your thought on that whole process in terms of the level of quality in terms of the DCF staff, who are the ones who are often representing the agency and representing decisions about what the future of children should be. And then, as I said, I thought it was sort of interesting to hear that perspective from the attorney who is often representing them in court as the AG assigned to the Child Protection Unit.
Yeah. So, thank you for the question, Senator. I think that, well, let me sort of some background, right? So we talked about there's the end of the consent decree in 2022. There was also a waiver of retirements in 2022. Right. And so we have a much sort of less experienced workforce than we did. And it's more important now than it has ever been that we have really high quality training and supervision. And the supervision piece is something that we've been very focused on in our office. We've talked about those in-home case reviews and the supervision. I won't remember the data off the top of my head, but the supervision is not happening with the consistency that it needs to happen, and not happening in particular with the quality that is expected, right? In terms of what's reviewed during case supervision. And, from our perspective, in many ways, that's everything, right? Those foundational aspects that we talked about. Did you do the visits? Did you contact all of the collateral contacts? And was there supervision, right? So when you have this less experienced workforce, and I do think there are people in the department who are exceptional and do really great work, and nobody goes into that job unless they really want to help people, right? I think people go there because they want to help people. But it's a very, very challenging job. Supervision is critically important. And I'm going to say the other big piece of the puzzle right now, from our perspective, is the telework. Because we have an 80-20, so 80% you can work telework and 20% you need to be in the office. And the people who are less experienced do not have the benefit of being surrounded by other people who have years of experience, who they can come back after they've gone out on a visit that was disturbing or concerning, right? And just talk about what their experience was. All of that natural in vivo mentoring and coaching, it's just not there. And so I think that is something the department really needs to focus on. And I recognize there's sort of union contracts that impact that have to be negotiated, but we think that's a critically important issue in terms of this quality of the work. I will also say in terms of what happens when people are not performing to expectations. We talked about that with regard to Leah Marr's death, in fact, because there were some really significant failures to follow policy, and there was not an immediate HR response. And when there was, the process was not adequate, I'll say. And so that is something that we also think is important. The agency has to hold people accountable. And to be very frank, if you are not meeting the expectations with regard to visitation, collateral contacts, and supervision, then perhaps the telework shouldn't be approved for that period of time, right? Telework has to be approved periodically based on certain criteria, and part of that is performance. And so we think there may need to be some tying of those two things together. And I think the agency has concerns, right? They're trying to keep their workforce, right? Retention and recruitment is a problem. And I think there's sort of some fear that if you are too harsh, you will lose people. But our perspective is that it is critically important that they hold people accountable who are not meeting the policy criteria. Those policies that you visit with your child, with the child client, 2 times a month, that you document that in a certain way, all of those criteria are there for a really good reasons. And we have to hold staff accountable to making sure they're getting those things done and providing with the resources to ensure that they can get those things done. But we strongly believe that staff accountability is a critical component. And I'm just going to say one other thing. When we talk about documentation of visits, documentation of collateral contacts, and sort of the things that can happen when you don't have that information, there's 2 really, really critical things there. One is you cannot make good decisions if you don't have current, accurate, and reliable information. And the second is it impacts permanency. So in our child and family service reviews, one of the things that was identified was deliberately delaying filing of termination of parental rights, because our federal law requires that child's in care for 12 out of 15 consecutive months, you're supposed to file for termination of parental rights. The reason for that is to ensure permanency and to understand sort of time and for the meaning, in the lives of children. Deliberately delaying those because they did not have adequate proof that they had made reasonable efforts to reunify. So when you don't document, when you don't do your visits, when you don't make sure the services are in place, it has an impact on that child long-term, leaving kids in care for longer periods of time than are appropriate. So I'll pause there.
Thank you. One of the things that was also discussed was that one of the concerns is out-of-state placements. And obviously, sometimes when children are placed out of state, there's obviously less accountability, less review, less documentation. There was a case some years ago, I think, of a child who died of abuse in an out-of-state placement that drew some attention to that. I knew that former Commissioner Katz had made it a program to try to reduce the out-of-state placements. And I think one of the things she found when she started to do that was that there were many in-state providers who basically said, we're not able to take on some of these complex cases because we don't have the staff or facilities to manage them. And therefore, almost by default, they get sent out of state. And I know that she worked for a while with some of the in-state providers to try to get them to upgrade their own capacity to try to keep more cases in state and to provide the services that otherwise were being provided out of state almost by default. Your sense on where that stands now in terms of the balance between in and out of state and the capacity of our in-state providers to handle more complex cases.
Sure. Thank you. It's a really important issue. I mean, I mentioned earlier on the special education side, we've got hundreds of kids placed out of state because we don't have what they need here, which is another, piece that we're working on from a legislative perspective. But, the department has drastically reduced the numbers of children placed out of state. Children in the child welfare system who are placed out of state. They've also drastically reduced over the last 15 years the numbers of children in congregate care settings. I think where we are now is that we've lost some of our treatment options for children as a result of that, right? And so we have children who are, in care with the department who need a very high level of treatment. And often they're not receiving it, right? We're not sending a lot of kids out of state at this point. We really do have to develop a little bit more capacity. I think we need to develop more capacity for all children, right? Right. So we have that need to develop a capacity to serve our children with disabilities, in particular children who have complex and co-occurring disabilities, right? Children with autism, intellectual disability, and behavioral health needs. We have a dearth of services for children with those kinds of needs, both community-based and, higher levels of care. And those kids come into the child welfare system, and we struggle to meet their needs. We also have a great deal of difficulty meeting the needs of children who have very complex medical conditions with co-occurring disabilities, right? Mental health needs plus seizure disorder. And we do see some children still, not necessarily, some through the department go out of state for those services. But I think that our provider network can provide those, but we need to create structures to make that happen. Right. Those programs they're expensive. The licensing is complicated. There are very few children who have different kinds of needs. So we have to figure out how we can, meet the needs of a small group of children and develop programming for them. I do think the capacity is there. The structure has to be there. And the financial support has to be there. I mean, often we hear from providers of a variety of different services that the cost to provide the care exceeds what they're getting in reimbursements, whether it's a grant program or a Medicaid funded program. And so I think the capacity is there, the potential capacity is there, but we have to be intentional about it. And we have to make sure we fund it adequately.
Right. Thank you. One additional question. When Commissioner Hamilton was here, she did say that a very significant percentage of the cases who come to the attention of DCF do come from mandated reporters, especially in the schools. And of course, that was something that during the COVID period when kids were not in school, I remember speaking to some DCF officials at the time and said, well, one encouraging statistic is that, we're seeing fewer cases. And I remember answering, well, how would you know how many cases there really are if they're not where they're going to be seen? So just your thoughts on the work of the mandated reporters. And my special concern in that regard, of course, is homeschooling children. How did they come to the attention of DCF?
Right. So so thank you for the question. I completely agree with you, right? Fewer calls doesn't mean less abuse. It just doesn't. And it's that, when we're talking about data and quality assurance, it's the counting of beans, and we really have to be thoughtful about how we count things. Certainly the vast majority, schools are the largest reporter to DCF. There's no question about that. Children who are homeschooled can come to the attention of DCF if someone in the community makes a report, and that does happen. But I think, one of our concerns with regard to children who are withdrawn from school is that they are no longer visible, right? And let me just say, I need to say, because I think it's important, right? There are many, many, many people who homeschool their children for very good reasons. I know some of them personally. People homeschool their children for very good reasons, do an excellent job. And we have no reason to be worried about their safety, right? But we have a system where there's no accountability at all. And there is no verification that children are actually receiving an education. And when we do have parents who are using that lack of regulation to remove their children from the visibility of mandated reporters, that's where the safety risk is, right? And we've had these two high profile cases, which I have said in other forums. I'm not talking about those particular cases because they're still under investigation in our office, but there are other cases where children have been removed for the purpose of hiding abuse. And once they're removed under those circumstances, they're not coming to the attention of DCF for the most part until something terrible happens. And so from our perspective, we really do need to have a framework to ensure that when children are withdrawn from school for the stated purpose of homeschooling, that they are in fact receiving homeschool education. There has to be a framework from our perspective, because it's not just about the families who are taking advantage of that system and really isolating their children for purposes of harm, right? That's a hopefully very small number. But it's about the other kids, some of which we talked about in our investigation 25, who are withdrawn and very likely receiving no education at all. And we have no idea what that number is. We just don't know. We hope it's small, but we just don't know. And children have a right to an education. And we as a state have an obligation to ensure they receive one.
Thank you very much, and Godspeed on your mission, because it's such an important one for all of us.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon. Thank you for all of the answers to your questions thus far. I think that it was important for us to hear from you what the role is of your agency with the other agencies, specifically between your office and DCF. Senator Looney asked a couple of the questions regarding the homeschooling bill, and I'm going to focus primarily on that as the ranking member on the Education Committee. I guess I'll ask you this, and I probably know the answer, but I'd like to just put it on record. The current proposed bill, House Bill 5468, and all of its provisions, do you believe that that's a good piece of legislation?
I do. We did make some suggestions for improvement, but yes, I do overall think that is a good piece of legislation.
Okay, so because I know that I just looked up and saw that you, I had seen it before, I had to refresh my memory. You did submit, I think, a 26-page document as your written testimony. And when I started going through it again, I said, of course, it included all of your proposed or suggested changes to the original language. The thing that strikes me, though, and I just heard your response to Senator Looney's question regarding the need to be able to identify and not have any child go invisible or transparent or whatever the proper wording was, and outside of the inspection, if you will, of the Office of the Child Advocate or DCF in homeschooling. I'm having trouble with understanding why it's such a priority, only because when I look at some of the examples that you provided in your testimony and some of the other examples of abuse that we've seen tragically in Connecticut, which, no one wants to see any child get abused. And, I did EMS work for a lot of years in Waterbury. I think you and I talked about this when we had our one-on-one conversation a few weeks ago. And that was probably the most difficult thing to have to deal with as a public safety person responding to those calls. I'm concerned, though, that just a moment ago, we talked about some of those children being in isolation, and despite the fact that we've got a piece of legislation before us in House Bill 5468 proposed, which will be voted on tomorrow in the Education Committee, we don't know how many children really are being abused. And we're saying that instead of trying to figure out how many are and seeing if it's really an issue, we're going to instead just put this, what I believe is an overreach of rules and regulations on homeschooling families. And we had 2,600 pieces of written opposition submitted online, virtually all of which was, again, was opposed to the language in the bill that was before us. And we heard from nearly 300 people in almost a 20-hour public hearing, of which I think 4 people spoke in favor of the bill. I'm having, with all due respect, I'm having trouble believing that there are a whole bunch of bad actors, nefarious things going on when we don't really have any evidence of that. And instead we have people pleading with us to not require them to do the things that are outlined in 5468 and to let them continue to do the good things that they're doing, which is codified in law and in the Constitution regarding, a parent has a right to educate their child and they're not the property of the state. We heard that probably 100 times in the public hearing. So I'm concerned that that this is an overreach, okay? And I think that the provisions of 5468, which and thank you, you stated that you fully support it, and I think I understand the reason why you fully support it, because of the role that you're in. I get it, I get that, and I respect that, but I think that we are in a very precarious position here as a state. Despite what you also provided as some evidence of all the states around us, what their rules are and their regulations are. I don't think that 5468 in its current form, and we may see some S language in the next 24 hours. We'll be in the committee meeting tomorrow at this time. That changes some of this. So I'm hopeful that we'll have something that will change this. I'm fearful that we're in a very dangerous position right now because we heard very loud and clear in written testimony and in verbal testimony that I don't think there's a lot of people that are doing bad things in the homeschooling environment. Let me stop and give you I didn't really ask you a question. If you'd like to respond to what I've stated, please do. It's your hearing.
Sure. I mean, what I'll say, and thank you, Senator, for the question. And, I understand that people who are currently homeschooling under a system where there is literally no regulation at all, that it's concerning to them that there's going to be potentially something new and different and requirements placed on them. I can certainly understand that. I do have to disagree, though, in terms of whether it's an overreach. I think, the Supreme Court has made clear countless times that states have a right to regulate education of its citizens and to ensure the education of its citizenry. And the states around us, I mean, Connecticut's an outlier, right? We're one of only a dozen states that has no requirements at all. All of our surrounding states require some kind of annual evaluation. Several of them require pre-approval of what your educational program is for homeschooling, right? Some states have requirements for the qualifications of the parent in terms of what their skills are. We are not, the Office of the Child Advocate is not looking to have the state regulate in a way that affects that flexibility that is what homeschool parents so often are seeking, right? And there's such a variety of reasons that people homeschool, right? We've heard people talk about, well, my child was bullied and I had to leave, right? I know families who've made that choice, right? People do it because they have a different set of beliefs than what they believe, this public school has to offer. No one's looking to take, at least I shouldn't say no one, I'll speak for myself. The Office of the Child Advocate is not looking for regulations that take that away from parents. What we believe is that there has to be a framework for ensuring that when a parent says they are homeschooling, that in fact they are homeschooling. Because it's much, much, much too easy right now to just take your child out of school, say you're homeschooling, and keep them at home. And our investigation had multiple stories like that. There's a parent with cognitive limitations, with many, many allegations regarding mostly low-level neglect, but chronic neglect. The likelihood is that that child's not getting educated. And in the period of time that we looked at during that investigation, there were 30 children removed whose parents were on the child abuse registry, on the DCF Central Registry. That's a concern for us. And it's a concern, I think should be a concern for everyone. We cannot have a system where there's just no check at all from our perspective. And I understand people have a different perspective, but that is our perspective, that we have an obligation to the kids, to make sure that when parents say they're homeschooling, they are in fact homeschooling.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that answer. And I would say to you that I don't think that the law says that a parent can educate their child. Okay. And I don't know that that we are, as a state, required to dictate what that education looks like. As you just spoke to, you can choose to have the education of your child be more faith-based than some curriculum prescribed by the State Department of Education. I fully agree with you that we should do everything that we can do to identify parents who are abusing their children. But I would suggest to you that if we're going to do that to homeschooling families, then we should be doing that in every public school across Connecticut as well. Okay. And we should be identifying and making sure that, and I understand the whole concept of mandatory reporters. I was a mandatory reporter when I was an EMS worker. Okay. But I think that there are huge gaps that exist today within the public school environment where we have children that are subject, they're within that framework that exists for public schools that are being abused. And some of the examples are from what some of them are examples that you provided in some of your comments in your testimony, is what I'm trying to say. That if you look at the young man in Waterbury, okay, he was removed from school, but not for the purpose of homeschooling. Okay.
I can't comment on the facts of it.
No,
I'm still under
well,
investigation.
It's in your testimony that you.
Oh,
that
no, I
you
didn't testify about the Waterbury case. Just
Okay.
in my testimony, I did include a story of a child who was locked in a closet and abused, but that was not the Waterbury case. There was some misunderstanding during that hearing.
Okay.
That case is a different case of a 10 or 11-year-old boy who was removed from school for the stated purpose of homeschooling, and the police found him about 6 months later with broken bones and
Okay.
what's called cauliflower ear.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. There was something in your testimony that I reread that where you stated specifically that the child was not removed from school for the purpose of homeschooling. They were simply withdrawn.
I think you're talking about Matthew Tirado.
I think so,
Which
yeah.
was a 2017 case, and that's true. So Matthew Tirado he was a 17-year-old boy with autism and intellectual disability who died due to abuse, starvation, and dehydration. He was not withdrawn for the stated purpose of homeschooling. He was just kept home. However, his sister was withdrawn for the stated purpose of homeschooling while DCF had court-ordered protective supervision of both children. The DCF was not made aware that the child was removed for the stated purpose of homeschooling. They had checked and confirmed her attendance just a month before. And then the child was removed for the stated purpose of homeschooling. Parents submitted a notice of intent with the curriculum 3 months before her brother died due to starvation and dehydration. Now, that's true. Matthew was not removed for the stated purpose of homeschooling, but it's deeply concerning that a child could be withdrawn under those circumstances without the knowledge of the department who has court order protective supervision. And from our perspective, we need to fix that.
Okay. So wouldn't you say that in the case of Mr. Tirado, that there was a catastrophic failure of DCF?
There was,
And
in fact.
I'm thrilled that we have a new commissioner, someone who is not unknown to that role, is coming back after having served in that role, I believe, under the Rel administration. So perhaps that will as to what you've already spoken to through some of the other questions. Hopefully that leadership change will bring some good changes to the agency as well. And I wouldn't want to do the work of your office or DCF myself. I think it would be very upsetting to me on a regular basis to have to deal with what you do. And that's one of the reasons why I don't do EMS anymore as well. But I'll stop here. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your answers to the questions. It'll be very interesting to see where we ultimately land with House Bill 5468. And I'm hoping again that there's somewhere in between where we are now and where the homeschooling families that were so passionate about their love and desire to do what they believe and is in their inalienable right as a parent to do in providing homeschooling. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Linehan online.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon. You're definitely passionate about children rights, which I think is a great thing. I could just see it in your face, your testimony, and your life, your adult life, and I appreciate that. I had questioned Commissioner Hamilton last week about, she's new to the role, second time around, but the fact of the matter is, and I do like your passion, there's got to be an answer. There's got to be a solution to what the misgivings and people died, and it just should never happen even at least once. And if I was commissioner or in your role, I would work 20 hours a day to get to the answers. And I would hope she does and her team does. But I never got and I know she's very capable, but I didn't really get a definitive answer. How are we going to stop that at DCF? Because it should never happen again.
Right.
And I don't know if you could elaborate a little. And I have other questions, but.
Sure. So thank you for the question. I don't quite make it to 20. I try to stop at 12, but we do what we can. But so I think, absolutely, right? One of the reason our office exists is to learn from child fatalities, right? It is to really dig deep and look at what happened and understand it and think about where our system went wrong, right? And we've published other reports in the last few years about where things went wrong. And from our perspective, it does boil down to sort of where I started, right? Which is having consistently meeting the expectations for the foundational aspects of good casework. That's how we keep kids safe, right? If we look at some of these cases, we can identify places where policy wasn't followed, right? In Liam's case, who I mentioned earlier, the DCF reported to the court that he was in the 50th percentile for weight as part of their motion to revoke commitment, which means remove the court orders and he returns home, right? He was already home, but that was their official petition. Well, he was in the 50th percentile for weight, which is where we want kids, right? When he was in foster care, but he had left foster care months earlier. He was no longer in the 50th percentile, but the worker didn't know that because the worker didn't contact the pediatrician to get the records on a regular basis. And so that was incorrect information. When the doctor called DCF and said, I'm concerned about the child's weight, the follow-up to that was to ask the mother if she had done the follow-up with the pediatrician. The mother said, yes, I did. They did not check the collateral contacts. And in fact, she had not. And that child died a month or two later. And so it's that is what keeps kids safe, is consistent adherence to the basic foundational aspects of casework. And so they've created a measurement for that, right? What we have not seen is improvement in their performance on that. And that's part of what we talk about when we meet with them, is what are you doing to address this, where your performance is. We think that needs to be more transparent. We've advocated for more transparency with regard to DCF's data and their own quality assurance. We think ideally the state would have external, ongoing qualitative assurance to hold the agency accountable to those measures. People work towards what the expectation is if they're held to expectations. And we think that's the key, right? Is ensuring that collateral contacts are made, visitation is happening, and supervision is happening, and making sure that people are trained, especially now with a younger workforce.
I would say train and raise the expectations. And I would say, I want to touch on the telehealth.
Telework.
Telework.
Yeah.
I think there is no place whatsoever when it comes to children for telework. You have to be there in person. I'm a firm believer in that, and I would like to see that change, because then you won't have anybody fall through the cracks. And I think unfortunately people get complacent, or to your point earlier, you could be if you're not really working with people with expertise that have the knowledge and it makes a big difference to talk to people and learn from one another. And I think it's critically important that and I'm glad you touched on that. Back to the homeschooling. I know there's a lot of folks that homeschool their children. Everybody's different. It's their prerogative, I guess. But I'm not an education committee. Last week, when you had the education committee was going on, I was in between finance and energy. I serve in those committees also, which I'm missing energy right now, which I love that committee too. But walk me through this. So if this was to happen and you were to not investigate, but visit homes, how will that work? Like, say, for instance, my children, say I've never sent my kids to school, and they homeschooled from kindergarten, grade 5 years old to whatever. Will somebody come and look at the home, inspect the home, see my curriculum?
Right. You're talking about under the bill that's proposed?
Yes, if it was a passing going forward.
Right. So no one's going to visit your home. That's not part of what the bill requires,
yep.
right? So what the bill would do, as it's currently drafted, it would require, and I'm going to speak in general terms, there's a rollout to how that happens. It starts with children in kindergarten plus anybody who's withdrawn and sort of rolls out over time. But in essence, when a parent withdraws their child from school, they provide a notice of intent to homeschool. There would be at that point essentially like a background check to make sure there's not an open case with DCF before the child is withdrawn. If there's an open case at that time, they would not be able to withdraw, and they would, I suppose when the case gets closed, if the case gets closed, then they would be able to withdraw at that time, but they would not be able to withdraw if they had a currently open DCF case. That's one thing that it does. The second thing that it does is it requires that the parent provide an annual evaluation. And there are several ways they can do that. They can provide a portfolio, which is basically an example of here's the work that we did this year. Provide that to their local district. There's also ability to provide that to the rest. That's a paper review. They could do their own standardized testing using a Norm Renford standardized test that the parent would do. And there were a couple others. If they're online classes, they could provide that documentation. If they're in community college, they can provide that documentation. That's what the bill does in its current version. Our office did recommend that there should be, as part of those evaluations, some independence. And so for the portfolio review, our recommendation is they should interview the child to the portfolio review and the sort of online class documentation, that there should be an interview with the child by the school.
In person?
In person. Okay. To confirm that they are in fact receiving the education that the documents indicate. And our other recommendation with regard to the evaluations is for anyone that's using a standardized test, that it be administered by a professionally certified teacher. Teacher, the parent's choice, but a professionally certified teacher. So that provides some independence in terms of verifying the evaluation.
So if that's if this was to pass tomorrow and it goes to the House and the Senate and it passes, that's all the things you just mentioned. These are above and beyond, I think, what's in the Education Committee, your recommendations.
So the annual evaluation is in the current bill. There's no in-person requirement to
Right.
that currently in the bill.
Right. Just what you just said afterwards was above and beyond potentially. So if that was the case, so my 3 children, I homeschooled them. We set up a meeting at like North Haven Elementary School, and we would have somebody would review the tests. I mean, that's if you get what you want. That's not under this legislation though. That's just totally something separate.
Right, correct. Right now, the requirement would be that they submit the portfolio to the local district. As I said, there's some there's some language that allows for that to be done by like the RESCs. But they're submitting the paperwork and the district is reviewing the paperwork.
Right. Just a couple more questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if this was to pass in education and the parents had no DCF case, there's no DCF case, there's nothing, what happens then? Nothing.
If there's not a currently open DCF case, they would proceed to, withdraw their child and homeschool them.
So that's it. So which is that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. So if there's no DCF case, they could homeschool, no visitation.
Correct.
I don't think it's a bad thing. I think, but if there's a DCF case, then you would be a visitation, not a visitation, but
You would not be able to withdraw, the way the bill is written, you would not be able to withdraw at that time.
Until it's
if you have an
solved.
open case. Yes.
I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah. And we advocated for them to go one step further, which was that if you are currently on the child abuse registry, you cannot withdraw your child to homeschool.
You're protecting the child.
That is our goal.
Yeah, it's, you're in a tough role and I understand people want to homeschool and that's their right. I get it. But at the end of the day, you want your child to get a real good education and wherever that is, at their home or in the public school or private school. But I looked at your record as far as even the registry. I think you were part of setting up
Not setting up the child abuse
Were you-
registry. I was involved, I think in my testimony, I talked about one of the reasons I came back to the Office of the Child Advocate. I was involved in an investigation the first time I was at the Office of the Child Advocate as an assistant child advocate back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. And our investigation led to the requirement that we background check all teachers, and that we ensure that we don't have people with known safety risks to children working in schools, because it was not at that time routine to do a background check on all your school employees, believe it or not.
Yeah, I can't
right?
believe
It was shocking. Even though I had been in the system for a long time as we were doing the investigation, it was shocking that wasn't being done. And it made a difference. And that's the goal of the work.
So one more thing. So could you give comfort to people that are homeschooling or even us as legislators that they could still homeschool? They're not going to be, there's no intrusiveness where they have that opportunity to homeschool their children.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is the goal. In all of the conversations that I've had with legislators, with agencies, there is no one who is looking to dictate specifically what that curriculum is going to be or how it's administered. And I think that sometimes that's difficult to convey with the words equivalent instruction, right? But those are the words that are in our current statute that you demonstrate that you provide equivalent instruction. But I don't think it's anybody's goal to take away that flexibility that parents have when they homeschool. And again, sometimes that's what makes it so amazing for kids, right? Is that parents can tailor the education and go out and do activities and use that as a learning experience. So we certainly are not looking to change that, and none of the conversations that I've had indicated desire to change that.
Thank you. And one last question. Do you have an idea how many families homeschool today in Connecticut?
No.
That's a lot, it seems like.
Yes,
My
it's
in-law,
a lot.
my brother-in-law, sister-in-law homeschool their son who's, to each their own. Hopefully he gets it. I'm sure I'll get a very good education, but it's about getting a good education and really keeping kids safe. And I appreciate your being such a strong advocate and Thank you. Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Linehan online.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the committee, Child Advocate Gio. It's such a pleasure to see you here. Thank you very much for answering everyone's questions. On my side, I will have to say, for the benefit of the members of the committee, I have known Ms. Gio for quite a few years now. I was the former chair of the Committee on Children. We've done a lot of work together, and I can just speak to your commitment, your tenacity, your bravery, fearlessness. You are such a principled advocate. And I thank you so much for accepting the position to go from filling in to being hopefully permanent. And I will say on the record that I have absolutely no reservations giving you my vote. So thank you for that. But I did want to touch on just a few things. You had mentioned the Fatality Review Panel and the Children's Report Card. Those were very important pieces of the child welfare system and how people knew about what was happening to the children in our state, what was happening meeting certain benchmarks, but they fell by the wayside after COVID. The committee did not meet for a year. After that, it was mainly virtual, and those things were largely put on hold. In your tenure as child advocate, will you want to bring those things back?
Thank you, Representative Linehan, and thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it.
They're all earned, madam.
Thank you. I do think that there was a great deal of value in the children's report card. I do think it's something that we should look at. There is a bill in the Children's Committee to create an oversight committee or council, which I also think is an excellent idea, because we do need to have oversight. And I think the difference between those two is that the council would really be focused on the child protection work of DCF in particular. And I think the children's report card is broader than that, looking at outcomes for children in our state, including children who come into contact with the child welfare system. And so I think both of those are excellent ideas. We would love to see the children's report card come back into play. My recollection is it was done by the Children's Committee, and so it may take some staff to do that, but certainly think it would be a wise thing for the state to do.
And what about the Fatality Review Panel?
So the Child Fatality Review Panel is housed is staffed by our office. Brendan Burke is our lead person who staffs the Child Fatality Review Panel. We continue to meet and publish our data on an annual basis. And that work is critical to the work that our office does. And absolutely necessary to understanding the trends with regard to child fatalities in our state and making sure that we address them. And much of that work is done in a collaborative way with other agencies to get public health alerts out, to do public service campaigns so people understand what's available. The Safe Sleep campaign is an example of that. That was done by the Child Fatality Review Panel, OCA staff, and other state agencies in collaboration. And that work is absolutely critical to preventing child fatalities.
And then that review panel would come before the Committee on Children, and we would discuss a lot of your findings. And if I'm remembering correctly, I believe that is actually where the homeschooling concern was first brought up. I believe it was back in 2018. And when we were talking about Matthew Tirado and his sister. And so that's when, that's when I began my work on this. And I know it's come to a head this year, and I'm glad to see that you are continually working towards that. I share my concerns, or rather I share your concerns. They are also mine. I'm really committed to child welfare and ensuring the safety of children if they are taken out of school under the guise of homeschooling. And I have to say, I do hope that substitute language does include the amendments that you had asked for, because I think having eyes on these kids are of the utmost importance. But I think a very, very simple thing that we can do is to ensure that anyone removing their child from school under the guise of homeschooling cannot be placed on that, have any open, closed, substantiated case for child abuse and neglect on the abuse and neglect registry. So I do hope that that comes out of committee, and I will work to see if we can get that on the floor if it doesn't. But just one thing I want to touch on with you before I hand it back to Mr. Chairman. Before I ended my tenure as co-chair of the Committee on Children, I had worked to pass legislation regarding an investigation on the intersection of DCF and probate for the short-term placement of children after the case of Roger Burial of Bristol. So are you still familiar with that case?
I am, and we issued a report on that in January of last year with recommendations, including the creation of a probate court working group, which was created but has not yet convened to my knowledge. But that is absolutely an important area, which is children who have guardianship transferred through the probate court, and some of the processes there, which I can talk more about if you want me to.
I would love to, please.
Got it. So that report, the case that Representative Linehan is referencing is an individual who was made the guardian of a young woman, a girl at the time, who then experienced repeated sexual abuse over many years, eventually giving birth to a child. I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe she was 13 years old when she gave birth to the child of her guardian, and remained in his care for many years thereafter, until eventually there was DNA testing to show that he was in fact the father. We looked at that particular case. We identified a number of what we called missed opportunities, because DCF, the way that system works, if you go to probate to petition for a transfer of guardianship, or to remove a guardian and have a guardian identified, DCF is called upon to do an investigation, essentially, of the guardian. They call it an investigation in probate court. It is not a DCF investigation, which is one of the confusing pieces of that. It's really an assessment of that home for purposes of transfer of guardianship. We had a number of concerns with the DCF work in that case. We identified those concerns, and also related to that, systemic issues. And including how those cases are assessed. You can go to probate court with an allegation that is abuse and neglect. It never goes through DCF's investigation system. There is no substantiation, but there will be a transfer of guardianship. And so that is a system where there's very little oversight once the transfer of guardianship happens. And it's our view that we really need to have a working group to set up to look at some of those thorny questions of, should they be treated as investigations? If the allegation that's brought to probate court is that the child was abused or neglected by their parent, and now they're looking for a transfer of guardianship, should that be considered an investigation? It's currently not. And the way that things are documented is different. They're not recorded in DCF system in the same way. So there were a host of things that we think need to be addressed with regard to that probate system. And we hope that can be done through that probate court working group.
But again, that probate court working group has not met, correct?
It has not yet met.
Mm-hmm. So
it's on my list, Representative.
Yeah, well, I will say that is indicative of the problems that I was running into as co-chair of the committee as well. That probate really wasn't taking this seriously, and they almost didn't want to let people into their house to see what was going on. They didn't want people looking under the hood. Whether or not it's because they just, didn't want to be involved in the process, did they not think it was a problem? I don't know. But it continues to be an issue. So I'm wondering then, because you do have a wide berth of oversight, so is there anything that your office can do to push for this group to meet or for changes to happen within the probate system?
Yes, that's certainly, I mean, that probate court, we have done some follow-up. We need to do more follow-up to try to ensure that that gets convened. But we do think those are critically important issues, and they are absolutely on our radar to try to push as we move forward.
Yeah, I can say that in the years that we've worked together, you do call many things critically important, but you back them up and you do the work. And I want to thank you so much for that. Thank you for your commitment to ending child sex abuse. Thank you for your commitment to ensuring that our systems don't allow for this to happen and don't allow for places for abusers to hide, because I think that's ultimately what we're seeing is going to happen within the probate system, especially now that there is attention on it, but nothing is changing. Abusers will know that they can utilize the probate system to gain access to children to abuse. So thank you for your continued work. I will always remain available to you to help in any aspect, but the first thing we need to do is get you confirmed. And so I do ask my fellow committee members to support your nomination. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Rep. Haynes, followed by Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Advocate Guillot, for being here today and answering all of our questions. One of the questions I'd like to just ask your opinion on is, I think we are talking about homeschoolers. Obviously, we've got big bills this particular session. We've got a big meeting tomorrow. When we look at, abuse, or we look at neglect, I would think that truancy trumps homeschoolers. And we have something like 80,000 students that are truant currently in our public school system. I don't know what we can do about it, but I figured I'd ask you, as far as your opinion goes, as to where should our focus or our priority be when you've got 80,000 children that at least are identified as potential students that should be there, that we know about, that are not. And, in advocating for children and worrying about abuse and neglect, I would think that, again, we have names and addresses. What should we do about that?
So thank you for the question. We do have to address chronic absenteeism, and I believe since 2012, the State Department of Ed has been tracking those numbers and does have actually a fairly robust set of requirements on districts on what they are expected to do when a child is chronically absent, including calling the family, trying to engage that family, and bringing them and trying to bring that child back into school. They have done a great deal of work in that regard. I do believe this year's numbers were slightly lower, although I don't have the percentages in front of me. And it's absolutely critically important that I said critically important again, but it is critically important that we find ways to engage those students. And that was, honestly, it's tied to the homeschooling, because one of the concerns that we have is that when a child is chronically absent and the school is calling and they're reaching out and they're trying to engage the family, one of the ways to stop that engagement is to file a notice of intent to homeschool. And in our investigation, what we found was that 30% of the 7 to 11-year-olds, so we're not talking about high schoolers that may be absent for other reasons, 7 to 11, 30% of them were chronically absent before they were withdrawn for for equivalent instruction elsewhere for homeschooling. And that's a concern as well, right? So we want to be able to engage those families. The schools need to have the resources to reach out, go to the home, reach out to the kids, get them reconnected in education. And I will say, we have a lot of work to do in many of our districts to improve the quality of education that's happening at school. We also have a lot of work to do to ensure that we're adequately identifying children with disabilities and providing the special education services that they need as early as possible. The earlier we intervene, the more likelihood we have of preventing difficulties with learning from turning into significant behavioral issues at school. Well, I'll stop there.
Well, I appreciate that, and I think you make a lot of valid points there. And I think one of the things that is so troublesome about all of this is that we don't have the resources to take care of the world's children here in Connecticut. We just don't. Whether it be homeschoolers, whether it be people who are truant, children that are truant. There's all kinds of issues, and I guess as a legislator, we can't just, in my opinion, we can't just put laws and rules out there to make sure that we take care of everything when we can't take care of what we have already in front of us. And I think that's my biggest issue here. It's interesting that you say that, the things that schools need to have, they need to have those resources to, for example, the 30% of the 7 to 11-year-olds that were pulled out for, quote, homeschooling after they were truant for a period of time. I would think that what can we do to better address that, as opposed to bringing in another, God knows how many people are homeschooling out there. And I understand that we do want to save everybody. But again, there's only so many people to go around, and there's so many DCF workers to go around, and all of that. So I agree with some of the things that you say there, but I also there's a capacity limit, and I think that we can't do it all. You can't be a jack of all trades and a master of none when it comes to children, and who can we save, and who are we missing? And the ones that we have currently on the books, I think, are well worth more attention before we go after a whole other population. Another question I have for you is there was apparently a study or a something that you used last year to come up with the conclusion that, regulating homeschoolers, et cetera. And in recent news, I believe it was UConn and Yale reviewed that study and had some, misgivings about the study. Can you speak to that and what you've heard about that?
Yes, thank you for the question. I was made aware of the information that was published, I believe, by the HSLDA, but with purporting to be UConn, I believe to be UConn, indicating that our analysis was not what is the word? I can't think of the word. That it is not a statistical analysis or a comparative statistical analysis, and it is not. It is not a statistical analysis. It is not a comparative analysis. We did not compare the rates of child abuse in families who homeschool to traditional homes. That is correct. We did not compare that. We did not draw conclusions about that. What we did was we looked at we looked at children who were withdrawn for the purpose of homeschooling and the intersection with chronic absenteeism and the intersection with DCF. And we described our methodology in our report. It is a descriptive, we just described that in our report. Our findings are very clear. And what our findings are is that there are families who use our lack of regulation to remove children from school for the stated purpose of homeschooling, but who are not homeschooling. And some of those families are not only not homeschooling, but are abusing their children. We think that that is very clear from the information that we gathered through our investigation. I think that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I do appreciate you answering that. Just two more questions. I'm going to switch the conversation a little bit here to family courts in a situation with divorces, and there's child custody battles going back and forth. Do you support the idea of co-parenting, 50-50, and then you work on a scale depending on what the situation is with the parents, you know, and who they are and what they're all about and what's going on in the family, but to start at 50-50 so that both parents can stay in the lives of the children, as opposed to where we're at now, where it seems like it goes to one or the other. Sometimes it seems to lean one way or the other. How do you feel about that concept?
Thank you for the question. So first, let me just say family court is the one place I have not practiced with regard to children. I looked into it and decided not to. I think there's some of frequently when they are in need of a guardian ad litem, which is the role that I would have played if I had been involved in those cases, they're very, very contentious. So just from a general perspective, what I would say is, you know, children certainly deserve to have in their lives both parents. I think the concept of 50-50 is a great concept, but I think there's a lot there in terms of implementation, right? That's a hard thing for a child. And I think, you know, some families have gotten very creative where the child lives in a home and the parents have apartments and the parents switch so that the kids stay in one place and the parents are the ones that are moving back and forth between homes. And the child goes to the same school, right? They go to school and they come home to the same home every night. And the parents decide to what their time is going to be. I think there's, you know, the reality of schedules and other things that affect parents' availability and capacity and things like that. I think at the end of the day, it really has to be a case-by-case decision based on what's in the best interest of that child and the children in that home to ensure that their needs will be best met. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I just honestly, as the child advocate, I was just wondering what your opinion was. I've been talking to a number of people in regards to this particular scenario, and I'm not even sure how to address it or help these folks. But I kind of thought, I've got you in front of me, I might as well ask you the question. My last question is, in all of this, there's a sense of urgency, right? We have a child who's in trouble for whatever reason, whether they're, you know, developmentally, you know, mentally disabled and they need school, whether they're, you know, parents are got different beliefs, or they had to remove their kids due to the vaccine issues, kids are bullied, whatever the case may be. We have children that we're concerned about. And there's urgency involved because, God forbid, there is a child that's being abused or neglected or hurt in some way out there. So what are the three things, and how urgent do you think we can make these happen? What are the three things we can do to improve either the current agencies and advocates that are working with the children and or schools and or you? What are those three things that we can do right now today?
Can I give you 4, Representative?
Absolutely. As long as the committee is okay to keep letting me ask you that question.
So I would identify really 4 things. So one would, and I'm talking specifically about DCF because I think that's where your question it really is focused. One is ensure.
Well, not necessarily, I'm going to interrupt you for a minute. Not necessarily DCF, because you did mention that there were other agencies and other groups that do some of this work. So, you know, if DCF is the underlying principal agency, fine, but you know, wherever there might be help is okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think in terms of what is most urgent for our kids, I would put my focus on child protection and ensuring the safety of kids. And so I think the things we can do there are, number one, ensure that there is consistent supervision, as I've said earlier. Number two, address telework. It has to be addressed. It is not serving our children well. Number three, we need to ensure that we have adequate placement options for children who come into DCF care. There are some financial pieces to that, but there are other non-financial pieces that need to be addressed. And the quality of legal representation, I would say, is the fourth thing. That is a backstop for every child who has a court-involved case. The attorneys are a backstop, and the quality of the representation that they provide can change their lives, literally. We need those attorneys to be able to provide a high quality of legal representation, not take hundreds of cases and just show up. And there are some people that do that work and do an incredible job, and there are some people that take the cases and show up, and we have to address that.
Okay, well, that sounds like a lot of work, but I think we need to do it for the safety of the children, as you mentioned. So thank you so much for all your answers, and I appreciate you indulging me. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of follow-ups. One, you talked about the role of the probate court, and when Commissioner Hamilton was here, she pointed out that in the probate court, generally DCF is not the petitioner. It's usually a party seeking custody, and so in that case, the DCF involvement is tangential, and if at all. Although in the children's courts, the children's probate court, there is a lot of DCF involvement in those cases. Has been the question I had is one of the things you mentioned, there needs to be a kind of really a concerted effort of outreach to regarding the truancy question, as the representative mentioned before, because there are so many kids who are chronically truant. And it seemed to me that there is a potential role for the probate court in that area. And it was done as there was a pilot program in Waterbury and then in New Haven. And it does require really engaged principal of a school who is going to be doing a lot of outreach and reaching out to families and challenging them to send their kids to school. But there was a case in New Haven, had one of the worst truancy rates in the city. We've got a new principal who was committed to improving that, and she linked up with the New Haven probate court. And for the cases that were the most intransigent, where the parents were just basically, blowing off the school and just said, "Go away, don't bother me," got the probate court to actually send a notification to the parent, assigning them a hearing date, that you're going to be called into court because your child's truancy, in effect, might be evidence of educational neglect, and you could potentially lose custody of your child. The truancy rate in that school dropped from one of the worst in the system to one of the best within the space of a single year. Same thing happened, I think, in Waterbury when it was done, but unfortunately, the school district didn't pick it up and replicate it to a lot more schools. But I think that where there is an actively engaged principal and teachers in a given school, and a probate court that's willing to engage, I think that can be dramatic, because getting a legal notice from the probate court gets people's attention in a way that just having somebody from the school telling them you should be sending your kid doesn't necessarily have the same clout. And I wonder if you had any comment on that, or if you had been aware of what those pilot programs did achieve within a small sample.
Thank you, Senator. So I'm not familiar with those pilots. I'm certainly familiar with the Children's Regional Probate Courts. I did some work there when I first started my firm when I was in private practice. So I'm not familiar with those pilots. What we have we've created over the last, 5 to 10 years, are the youth service bureaus, right? And I think the focus really has been on providing intervention services, which sounds similar to what you're talking about, to bring kids and families in to identify what the needs are that are impacting attendance. And I think we want to continue, we as a state should continue to build on that model to ensure that we can address truancy, or if you want to call it chronic absenteeism. But that's really, I think, what the state has been trying to do through those youth service bureaus and through the intervention that the districts are providing. So I think certainly we should put all options on the table because it's a significant concern. And we do have to have our children in school in order to learn, so.
Right. And also your agency, I believe, is charged with the responsibility of training and counseling or credentialing guardians ad litem who want to, or can be, or then be eligible for being court appointed.
We do not do that. It may be done by the Office of the Chief Public Defender, but we do not do that.
You know, just, do you have any comment on the role of guardians ad litem? In other words, a few years ago, there was a controversy that many were arguing that they were being assigned in too many cases and were burdening the parents who would then have to pay for them, and that the courts were in some cases bringing guardians ad litem rather than the court, you know, making its own investigation or trying to gather evidence. Just automatically, it seemed, almost appointing a guardian ad litem and putting a financial burden on the families. I think that's been corrected from what I understand. I don't know if you've been following that or that arc of concern that existed for a few years.
I presume, Senator, you're speaking in the family courts, the guardians
Yes.
ad litem in the family courts, yes.
Right.
So, so our office does not have a lot of involvement in that, and I, as an attorney, that was the one place I didn't represent children. I do think it's important to have those guardians ad litem there to provide independent information to the court so that they can make appropriate decisions. But I'm sorry, I think I lost train of your question. Can you just?
It was just because it was controversial for a while as to whether or not those guardians were being appointed in cases where they really weren't necessary, and
Right.
the courts were doing it as a way of sort of offloading their own responsibility and just turning it over to the guardians ad litem and then just doing whatever the guardian suggested in the report. And this was, of course, financially burdensome for the families because some of the guardians were charging very substantial fees, and
Right.
the families were not necessarily wealthy families that were then assigned this burden by the courts.
Right. Yeah. And so that is not an issue that our office has been involved with. And I think we do get calls on occasion. Very often those calls are with a concern that the judge, concerns about the judges, that the decisions that the judges in those cases have made. We have not necessarily received calls with regard specifically to the guardians ad litem. But more often it is the cases that we see are cases where there is a discrepancy in the financial resources of one parent versus the other parent. And the parent with the resources is alleged to have engaged in improper conduct. And people call us because the judge has now made a decision and they're unhappy with that. That's usually the cases that we get calls on. There is not a lot we can do in those cases because the judge has made a decision. But that's sort of typically where we might hear about what's happening in the family court in our office.
Thank you. And just one last question, or just one last comment. I appreciate your detailing the content of the bill regarding regulation of homeschooling that's pending in the Education Committee. That there seems to be either some misunderstanding or deliberate misrepresentation out there about. I've gotten lots of communications from people who are saying that this bill would mandate every homeschooling parent come in contact with DCF. And of course, that's not the case. And it's only, as you said, those who have a pre-existing record with or history with DCF would then potentially have their capacity to engage in homeschooling reviewed, but not every homeschooling family who's never had occasion to come in contact with DCF. And I think that's that alarmist representation has been out there a bit, and I think it's done some harm. But thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No,
Thank you so much. Thanks for spending your whole day with us.
thank you.
We do have some members of the public that have signed up to testify. I'll just go right in order. It's Drew Michael. Afternoon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. To the members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee, my name is Drew Michael McQueenie. I'm an Assistant Professor of Early Childhood and the Program Chairperson of the Early Childhood Education Department at CT State Community College in Norwalk. I'm writing to oppose Christina Geo of Cheshire to be the Child Advocate. Ms. Geo, I don't believe, is a fresh start in working to address the many issues with the department. She's a continuation of the same old system because under her leadership, she has failed to meaningfully hold the Department of Children and Families accountable for systemic failures that have resulted in family issues. It is not a surprise that Governor Lamont praised Ms. Geo's legal expertise, which is great, but it only goes so far. A disturbing case examined the fentanyl poisoning deaths of 2 Connecticut children and the near death of an infant in the same household. A report issued by the Connecticut Office of the Child Advocate, Ms. Geo's department found that DCF staff failed to follow required procedures such as collecting collaterals and properly monitoring safety plans. According to reporting by the CT Insider, despite those failures, no staff members were retrained. It is this lack of quality when procedures are supposed to be followed that shows a problem in how DCF administers child safety. And because this concern was not addressed immediately, it falls on Ms. Geo's office as the watchdog to take responsibility. Where was Ms. Geo in her office to rectify the situation? She was planning how to control homeschooling parents. This is one of a laundry list that highlights DCF's systemic failures that have resulted in family issues. The purpose of the Child Advocate is to serve as an independent watchdog capable of aggressively confronting failures within state agencies responsible for child protection. And this example among many show many catastrophic failures under Ms. Geo's leadership, all while the Office of the Child Advocate produces reports that fail to produce any meaningful accountability or systemic reform. Oversight agencies exist because bureaucracies protect themselves when failures occur. This is a widely recognized principle in public administration and government accountability. Without aggressive external oversight, agencies often minimize errors, avoid discipline, and continue the practices that allow tragedies to occur in the first place. When the oversight body itself becomes passive or overtly cooperative with the agency it is supposed to scrutinize, the result is institutional self-protection. Supporters of Ms. Geo are going to argue and say that the Office of the Child Advocate does not directly control DCF and therefore it cannot prevent every tragedy. While this argument is theoretically true, it falls short because the Child Advocate's power lies in pressure, public accountability, and aggressive investigation. Connecticut's children deserve an advocate who is relentless in demanding accountability from state agencies. The repeated tragedies currently happening and have happened for a little more than a decade involving children known to DCF demonstrate that the current oversight approach is not producing the level of reform necessary to protect vulnerable children. Thus, appointing Ms. Geo to continue leading the Office of the Child Advocate would effectively continue to reward a system that has failed to produce meaningful accountability in the face of repeated child welfare disasters. Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts. I urge the committee to reject this appointment and seek a leader that will truly act as an independent watchdog over Connecticut's child protective system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thanks for being here with us today. No questions? No questions. Yep. Okay, so next up, we have Merrill Gay.
Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Ranking Members Berthel and Yacarino, and members of the committee. My name is Merrill Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance. The Alliance brings together over 80 organizations dedicated to improving outcomes for young children through policy change. It's my pleasure today to speak in support of Elena Trueworthy's nomination to become the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood. And full disclosure, Elena and I have been friends for 20 years since we both worked in early childhood issues in New Britain. So 15 years ago, the Early Childhood Alliance began advocating for the creation of an Office of Early Childhood. The goal was to bring together the various functions that touched young children in state government that were spread across 5 different state agencies so they could start to work together as a system. And after an unsuccessful effort in the legislature, the governor ended up creating the office by executive order in 2013. Since then, the office's work has progressed through 3 phases. The first was that initial consolidation of those various state agency components into one agency. And then in 2023, there was the design and visioning of a new system that was done through the Blue Ribbon panel work. And then in the last 2 years, you have created the building blocks of combining the 3 different early childhood funding streams for delivering childcare into the Early Start program, and then establishing the Early Childhood Endowment. So we are now, with those 3 phases done, into the implementation phase, the bringing this to scale and achieving the goal of creating affordable, high-quality care for all the families that need it. Commissioner Trueworthy, in her various roles at OEC, has helped to get us to where we are at now. She is, I think, uniquely qualified to lead this implementation effort. She knows the field. She's been involved in developing the plan. She understands the complicated balance of an early childhood system that includes public schools, nonprofit programs, family child care, small, independent, for-profit businesses, and big chains. She listens. She has the trust of the field. And I can think of nobody better qualified to lead the Office of Early Childhood going into this phase of implementation. Thank you for.
Meryl, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us today and for that testimony. Appreciate it. Ava Bermudez Zimmerman is up next.
Okay. Honorable Senator Duff, Honorable Representative Concepcion, and honorable members of the committee. My name is Ava Bermudez Zimmerman. I am here representing Childcare for CT. We're an organization that represents over 26,000 individual members throughout the state of Connecticut for early care and childcare funding, as well as 70 plus different nonprofit organizations. I'm here on behalf of the committee, on behalf of the coalition, asking this committee to glowingly appoint Elena Trueworthy. She has been an ally, she has been a friend, she is a trusted messenger, and has been part of this organization in advocacy with her different roles in the last decade, supporting early care and education. I had the privilege of meeting her over 10 years ago when she was working in the Community Foundation, and in that time, not only did she come to the work with patience, curiosity, but she came with a lot of passion and experience. That work with the Community Foundation, as well as different roles and different capacities that she served, really show that she is, as Meryl said it before me, uniquely suited for this job. Oftentimes with political appointments, you might have someone who has maybe 1 or 2 resume builders that fit the job. She has all of them. She not only is connected with this community, she's been doing the work on the ground and understands why we need someone who is educated, why we need someone who is compassionate. Providers really do trust her in this job. I feel like the title is now a formality that you guys have to give her, but she's really earned it. The other thing that I guess I would add is in her testimony today, and it's not a small detail, is the fact that she is bilingual. In these roles, when we're talking about a very nuanced role of understanding owner-operators, parents, having that extra connection to community really goes an extra mile. The fact that she is bilingual and is willing to use her skill in a place of good and really connecting really allows her to fully come into her own and allow for the implementation of the endowment, as well as a portal and different projects that are happening in the state of Connecticut for the early care field to find its happy landing. It's not going to be easy navigating these new projects and legislative proposals that were approved by all of you last year, and thank you for that. But I do feel like right now she is the best person for the job, and we are very fortunate that she said yes to the role. It's very big shoes to fill. Commissioner Beth Bai was phenomenal, and we really trusted her. We're just very glad that we have someone like Elena, to take the role and see it through. So on behalf of Childcare for CT, the coalition, and all of our partners who are part of this, this group, we really do hope that you give her a glowing acceptance to the nomination. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ava. Thanks for being with us today and for your testimony. One last member of the public, we have Lynn Arzini. Are they online? No. All right, so I guess that takes care of the public hearing portion of the meeting. So we will adjourn the public meeting portion and go straight into the committee meeting. So I will convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 17th, 2026 to order. First item on the agenda is the House a House resolution. So just House members will be able to vote. This is the nomination of Elena Trueworthy of Mansfield to be a Commissioner of Early Childhood. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, it's got, yeah, it's
Never mind. Never mind.
a second by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Concepcion,
Yes.
Godfrey,
Yes.
Yakarino. Pizino. Gresco. Haynes,
Yes.
Linehan. Nuccio. Quinn,
Yes.
Retigliano,
Yes.
Sanchez. And Rep. Scott.
Rep. Scott votes yes.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're going to hold item number 2 to next week. It's the House resolution. So we'll go into House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Christina Gio of Cheshire to be a child advocate. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Senator Duff. Any discussion? Oh, yeah, Representative Yakarino.
Hey, I'll be very brief, and I appreciate your time, Mr. Chair. I know there's people concerned on both sides of this issue, but I personally think Ms. Gio answered all the questions today, and obviously people could do whatever they want. But I think she's a fierce advocate, and we'll see what happens between now and when we vote on the House and the Senate floor. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel.
Yes.
Yakarino.
Yes.
Pizino.
Pizino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
No.
Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan. Martin. Nuccio. Quinn.
Yes.
Retigliano. Sanchez.
Yes.
Scott.
Rep. Scott votes yes.
And Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I should have mentioned that we will be holding votes open till 4:30 today. Next item on the agenda is another House Joint Resolution. This is the nomination of Patricia Feeney of Plainfield to the Technical Education Career System Board. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Duff. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff.
Yes.
Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney. Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel.
Yes.
Yakarino.
Yes.
Pizino.
Pizino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Linehan.
Linehan votes yes.
Martin. Nuccio. Quinn.
Yes.
Retigliano.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Scott.
Rep. Scott votes yes.
And Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item on the agenda is a Senate resolution, which again, just senators can vote. This is the nomination of Joshua Hirschman of Guilford to be an insurance commissioner. Is there a motion?
Senate resolution.
Motion made by Senator Looney. Is there a second?
Second.
It could only be made, second could only be made by
Second.
us.
Sorry.
Seconded by Senator Winfield. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Looney. Berthel.
Yes.
Bonferra. Harding. Hartley. Kushner. Martin. Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. A couple more. This is a Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Sally Cruz of Hamden, being a member of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney.
Yes.
Godfrey. Berthel.
Yes.
Yakarino.
Yes.
Vizino.
Vizino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Harding. Hartley.
Yes.
Kushner. Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Martin. Nuccio. Quinn. Bertigliano.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Scott.
Rep. Scott votes yes.
And Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next item is another Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Richard Kaczynski of Oxford to be the Education Arbitration Panel as a neutral arbitrator. Is there a motion? Motion made by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second? Second by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff. Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel.
Yes.
Yakarino.
Yes.
Vizino.
Vizino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Harding. Hartley.
Yes.
Kushner. Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Martin. Nuccio. Quinn.
Yes.
Bertigliano.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Scott.
Rep. Scott votes yes.
Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Last item on the agenda is a Senate joint resolution. This is the nomination of Evan Pitkoff of Ridgefield to be a member of the State Board of Education. Is there a motion? Motion made by Senator Looney, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff.
Yes.
Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel.
Yes.
Yakarino.
Yes.
Vizino.
Vizino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Harding. Hartley.
Hartley, yes.
Kushner. Linehan.
Linehan, yes.
Martin. Nuccio. Quinn. Bertigliano.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Scott.
Rep. Scott votes yes.
Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
I did lie. There is one more. I did not turn the page. But it's another Senate joint resolution. It's a nomination of Sonia Roel Asari of Windsor to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission. Is there a motion? Motion made by Senator Duff, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Duff.
Yes.
Concepcion.
Yes.
Looney.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Berthel.
Yes.
Yakarino.
Yes.
Vizino.
Vizino votes yes.
Bonferra. Gresco. Haynes.
Yes.
Harding. Hartley.
Hartley, yes.
Kushner. Linehan,
Linehan, yes.
Martin. Nuccio. Quinn.
Yes.
Bertigliano,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Scott,
Rep. Scott votes yes.
Winfield.
Winfield, in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, the 19th, 11 o'clock, same location. With that, we stand in recess till 4:30 p.m.
Dean, may I vote on the first?
Be right with you, sir.
Thank you.
Very well. Okay, Representative, on the House resolution for Elena Trueworthy, how do you vote? Sue? Rep. Sanchez, you ready to vote?
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were speaking to me. I couldn't hear. Rep. Sanchez votes yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's the only one, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Dick.
Can you get the announcement?
Mr. Clerk?
Sorry about the wait, Representative.
No, no worries. I think I missed a vote, unfortunately.
Yes, I need you for the House resolution for Elena Trueworthy.
Linehan votes yes.
Thank you. We just check to make sure.
Great, thank you so much.
Would also need your vote for Ms. Gio.
Linehan votes yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too. Representative Tigliani.
Please, Dean, take the senator before me. She's way busier than I am today.
No, thank you very much. My apologies. I'm in the building, but you're saving me a few steps. And thank you, Rep. Bertigliano. Much appreciated. I'm not sure how many I missed, Mr. Clerk.
Okay. Let's see, so the first would be a House joint for Ms. Gio for child advocate.
In the affirmative, sir.
Thank you. The next would be a House joint for Pat Feeney.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. One after that is Josh Hirschman for Insurance Commissioner.
In the affirmative.
Thank you. Then I think that's it.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Clerk, and the top of the afternoon to you all.
Oh, funny. Very good, Senator.
Well, I hope you're serving corned beef and cabbage tonight.
You're damn straight. And a lot more.
I'm sure of it. Bye, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Senator.
I think, Dean, I just missed one.
Yes, let me just go back through them. Let's see.
Sorry about that.
Who are we? I need you for Ms. Gio for child advocate.
I'm a no on that resolution. And
Understood.
thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too. Hey, Representative, I'll be right with you.
Thank you, Dean.
Okay, so the first one would be Elena Trueworthy for the Office for Early Childhood.
Pizzino votes yes.
Thank you. Next one would be Ms. Gio to be the child advocate. Oh, you already voted for that, excuse me.
We'll just go back through and make sure we didn't miss any more for you. You're all set, sir.
Dean, thank you very much. Have a great day.
My pleasure. You too. Yep. Hey, Representative.
Hello. Did
How are
I
you,
miss
sir?
it?
Just by a few minutes.
Bummer.
So I got a stack of them here for you today. First is a House resolution for Elena Trueworthy to be Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood.
Gresco votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Next one is,
Nuccio votes yes too on her.
okay. Thank you, Representative Nuccio.
Thank you.
Next one is Christina Gio to be the Child Advocate.
What was the lay of the land on that?
Members had a lot of questions, and obviously I can't disclose votes until they're closed. If that's at all helpful, sir.
I think
No,
it
of
was
course.
mixed. I think it was mixed, pretty
Yeah,
mixed. Like
that's what I was.
she's pretty controversial.
Right. Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Rep Nuccio?
No,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Senator Martin, I'll be right with you. Okay, so the next item is a House Joint Resolution for Pat Feeney to be a education arbitrator.
Gresco votes yes.
Thank you.
Nuccio's yes also.
Thank you. Next is a Senate-only resolution, so that does not apply to Rep Nuccio or Rep Gresco. And Rep Martin, I'll circle back to you for brevity. So the one after that would be Sally Cruz for the Port Authority Board of Directors. You might recall she was heard already, but due to a technical error, she had to be reheard today briefly. Her testimony and resume, of course, are unchanged because they'd already been read into the record. So
Right.
she had to be, for procedural reasons, we had to rehear her today.
Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Rep Nuccio?
I'm a yes on her.
Thank you.
Here we go. Is that all the House ones? Did I miss one?
No, these are Senate joint.
Okay.
The next one would be Mr. Kaczynski to the Education Arbitration Panel. Rep Gresco, how do you vote, sir?
This is who, Richard Kaczynski?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the same situation, right? With the.
No, this is his first time appearing before the committee this year.
Yeah, Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Rep Nuccio?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Next one would be Evan Pickoff to the State Board of Education.
Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Rep Nuccio?
Yes.
Thank you. Last but not least, Sonia Worlasari of Windsor to the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Gresco votes yes.
Thank you. Rep Nuccio?
I'm a yes also, please.
Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dean.
Thank you. Senator Martin, how are you, sir?
Hey, Dean, I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Great, thanks. Long day.
Yeah,
Okay, so the first one for you is a House Joint Resolution for Christina Gio to be the Child Advocate.
oh, man. How did Senator Berthel vote?
Afraid I can't disclose that, sir, while the votes are open.
I'm going to vote no.
Okay, thank you. Next one, there are more than several, so bear with me. The next is a House Joint Resolution for Pat Feeney to the Connecticut Technical Education System Board,
What board?
CTEX.
Yes.
Thank you. This is a Senate resolution, and so you're included in that. That would be Josh Hirschman to be Insurance Commissioner.
Yes.
Thank you. Next one is Sally Cruz to be a member of the Port Authority Board of Directors.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Next is Richard Kaczynski to be a neutral education arbitrator. The
Yes.
Education, thank you. It's a long one. Next is Evan Pickhoff to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Thank you. And last is Sonia Worrell Asari of Windsor to the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
Thank you. That's it, sir.
All right. Great, Dean. So, Dean, why can't you tell me how senators or House reps voted? If we were in the meeting, we were heard.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. My caucus leadership and I think if I was a House appointed clerk, it would be the same answer, that we can't give how another member voted while the vote's open, because I think the logic there is that they could come back and change their votes. So unfortunately, I'm
Anybody would be able to go back and turn their vote out, change
Right.
their, right? Even if, let's say if I was at the meeting
Mhm.
and did one way, meetings was held open till 4 o'clock. I went out, ran into somebody, reminded me of something of whatever, on whoever we're voting on, and
Mhm.
then thought I could come back to you and change it. So I
You
don't see.
can. You could theoretically, yes, but I've been advised strongly by, for instance, my supervisors that I cannot give that out. So yeah, I'm prohibited from doing so, I'm afraid.
All right. You got to listen to your boss.
I do.
All right. Thanks.
All right, sir. Thank you. Hey, Senator, how are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Feedback here.
All right. You ready, sir? I'll go through the votes for today.
Yeah, Dean, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can get rid of this.
Yeah, you're on two devices and the other one seems to be doing the audio. I don't know if you want to switch over.
To where?
There's a second device that's listed for you. I don't know if it's your phone versus laptop.
I see my name on two places, but I don't know which one.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear you and I can see you, so as far as I'm concerned, we can proceed if you like.
All right, if you don't mind the feedback.
No, not at all. Okay, so the first one is a House Joint Resolution for Christina Guillo to be Child Advocate.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is the House Joint Resolution for Pat Feeney. She was heard last week. She's for the Connecticut Technical School System Board.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Joshua Hirschman to be Commissioner of Insurance.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Sally Cruz to be a member of the Board of the Connecticut Port Authority Board of Directors.
Yes.
Thank you. Next is Richard Kaczynski to the Education Arbitration Panel.
Yes.
Thank you. This is Evan Pitkoff to the State Board of Education.
Yes.
Thank you. Next and the last is Sonia Worl-Sari to be a member of the State Elections Enforcement Commission.
Yes.
That's it.
What happened to Trueworthy?
Trueworthy was a House resolution, so only House members may vote on her.
That's just the way to get around me, I guess. Okay. That's the one I'm not happy with my age for. Told them weeks ago, I wanted to know when that one came up. How long in advance do you tell folks that somebody's coming up?
This year was difficult because we had so many nominations and there was some back and forth as far as scheduling between us and the office of the governor. Once that was sorted out, the only thing I can say is that any item we hear on a public hearing agenda has to be posted 5 days in advance and also in the bulletin, if that's at all helpful to you, sir.
Yeah, he said he told me on Sunday, which I never saw.
I see.
Okay, thank you very much, Steve.
You're welcome, sir. My pleasure.
Take care.
You too.
Bye now.
Bye.
Well, I started with an average, and I'm like, I keep saying to people, if
Hey, Senator.
Hi, Dean. I'm yes on all the votes I'm eligible for.
Okay, very good. I'll mark you down as yes for all.
Thank you.
Thank you.